Tribune. 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 We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Hang on a minute, why is my soundboard not working? There we go.
They were wrong.
Yeah. welcome everybody. It's great to have you here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon. This is a science broadcast. I might not be streaming in the science and technology category today. We're going to be investigating a dinosaur video game, but we're going to be using that as a springboard for discussion about dinosaur paleontology today. So we'll be using video games for good instead of just for amusement. Although hopefully there will be some amusement along the way too. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. If it's anybody's very first time, whether you happen to be watching this live right now, hello chat, how you doing? Or whether you're watching sometime in the future, either on the VOD, on Twitch, or on YouTube. Welcome to Paleontologizing, and allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about my own work, in dinosaur paleontology and talking about that of my colleagues and other paleontologists, trying to figure out all these secrets of Earth's past that we've been able to wrest from the Earth. I want to share this stuff with you. You know, that's what this is all about. So if you've got any questions about dinosaurs, about natural history, about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, then do not hesitate to ask those questions. And I mean that, okay? Anyway, yeah. As a dinosaur paleontologist, of course, I go out and dig up dinosaurs during the summer. Places like Utah, Wyoming, Montana, working with various museums, digging up fossils to be put into museum collections, you know?
That belongs in a museum!
Yeah. And I also study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. Hopefully I'll be getting out some papers soon because oh man, it's tough sometimes. But yeah, anyway, I work on dinosaurs. That's my wheelhouse. But if you have questions about other aspects of natural history, about the evolution of life on Earth, I'll do my best to answer those questions too. But anyway, it's so good to have all of you here today. Welcome, welcome. Today, as I alluded to earlier, we're going to be looking at some of the dinosaur depictions from the popular video game Jurassic World Evolution 2, Electric Boogaloo. And we're going to be ranking those dinosaurs on a tier list. I realize tier lists are all the rage with the kiddos these days. So, it's a format that people understand, people gravitate toward. We're going to use that for the purposes of science outreach today. We'll talk about what we actually know about these dinosaurs, what we still need to find out, what future fossil discoveries and further study could reveal about them. And we'll talk about what Jurassic World Evolution gets right and gets wrong. And we'll use these all as teachable moments. This is not going to be one of those situations where we go, you know, well, actually, it should be this way. This is all in the spirit of fun and science outreach and education. So if that sort of thing sounds good to you, I'm glad you're here. Stick around. Yeah. And thank you to the Hydrate Pizza Guy. Appreciate that. Thank you, Murph, for the 8 months of support, as declared earlier. Thank you, Murph. I really appreciate that. Let me go through chat real quick. We'll see who's here. We'll do some greetings. And then, if you've got questions, holy cow, now is the time for in-depth questions. By the time I get to the end of chat, I'm going to be ready to start ranking our dinosaurs. So anyway, if you have questions about anything, do not hold your horses. Release your grip upon those horses. Let the equines run free. Ask those questions. Type them into chat. Use the hands that you would be using for restraining said horses. Loose those fingers. Let the horses go. Use those fingers to type on your keyboard. Anyway, if you can't tell, I'm feeling pretty loosey-goosey today. It's going to be a fun stream, I think. We'll see where this goes. Live broadcast. Smorphosaurus seems to have been first today at 1:27 p.m. That's insane, Smorphosaurus. But welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Great to see you, Smorph. It's a full 33 minutes, maybe 35 minutes. I was a couple minutes late today before I started. How you doing, Smorph? Good to see you. Pup time. Howdy, howdy. Kodali 2010. How are you doing, Kodali? Welcome, welcome. And if any of you are still here, I can only assume that everyone who typed in earlier has left. Maybe skipped town. Let me know that you're still here. I would appreciate it. I'll say hello to you again when I get to the bottom of chat. Kodali 2010. Howdy, howdy. Far From Groovin is back too. How are you doing, Far From Groovin? Far From Groovin, does anybody call you Farf? I don't know why, but today I find that thought amusing, and I am tempted to call you Farf, but it is completely within your power as a chatter to say, please no, Danny, don't do that, and then I won't do that. So, Far From Groovin, or aka Farf, what say you about that new moniker? Jody Fish, how are you doing? Good afternoon to you too. Like me, you also spelled afternoon wrong. Aftardoon. Welcome, Jody Fish. It's good to have you here. Dinosaur Dave, I've not seen The Dinosaur with Stephen Fry. I've heard bad things, but I've not watched it yet. Maybe it will probably be against the laws of God and man and copyright to watch it live on this broadcast, but I might have to see it just for curiosity's sake. I'll see if I can get my grubby field scientist hands upon that documentary and we'll watch it. We'll see. Arle, how are you doing? Welcome, Arle. Hope you're having a good week. It's great to see you. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're doing well, Arle. Moondrop Soup. Hi to you too. How are you? Welcome back. Howdy. Yeah. And the Lenina, thank you for being here, Lenina. As always, Lenina, one of our stalwart moderators. It's great to see you, Lenina. Travel the World. How are you doing? If there was ever a generous supporter of this channel, it would be Travel the World. Travel, thank you for your ongoing support, and how are you doing? FMSSK says perfect timing. How you doing, FMSSK? Welcome. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Gamer L007, how are you doing, Gamer L? Welcome. I hope you are shaken but not stirred today, Gamer L007. Or not even shaken. I hope you are as steady as a rock and not stirred. It's great to have you, Gamer L. Mikey Likes. Afternoon to you too. Yeah. You're getting a huge snowstorm. Expecting 16 to 20 inches between tonight and Thursday night. Holy cow, Mikey Likes. I hope you've got your electronic devices all charged in case the power goes out. Hope you've got some canned food just in case. Yeah. But fingers crossed power doesn't go out. And there are no Wappa ice creatures marauding through your neighborhood, Mikey Likes. Yeah. Although you know how to deal with those if they show up. Anyway, welcome, Mikey Likes. Hope you're doing well. Golganek. Lulz Wars. Hey, Golganek, how are you doing? Great to see you, as always, Golganek. Golganek, a chatter after my own heart. I'm so glad that you're here. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Can I just say how incredibly flattering and humbling it is to have some of the same wonderful people show up day in and day out. Golganek, Lenina, Travel the World, Lilith Hobo, Smorphosaurus. Yeah. You know, we live in a crazy topsy-turvy world, and I try and provide some semblance of continuity, structure, consistency. Streaming 5 days a week here. Every weekday, same time, 2 p.m. People show up, like, every day for this. And that, to me, is wild. You know? And, I'm really glad that you're here. I'm glad that... I know it's not for me, you know? I'm glad that you, like me, feel a passion for the natural world, feel a passion for, you know, for natural history, for figuring out what life was like millions of years ago for our ancestors and their neighbors. For instance, the non-avian dinosaurs. This is really cool stuff, and I'm just so glad you're here. I'm blown away every time by the loyalty of wonderful folks like you, so thank you. If you're watching right now, I mean you. You right now, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And, uh-oh, holy cow, Safarix. 10 gift subs. Let's see if our Tinamu can handle this. We've upgraded it recently. I think it should be able to handle this without overloading. Uh-oh.
Safarix is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Safarix. I appreciate that more than you know. Holy moly. I barely know what to say, Safarix. 10 gift subs. We are 25% of the way in one fell swoop. 25% of the way to our sub goal for the day. We're only half an hour in. Thank you, Safarix. I appreciate you tremendously. Thank you for your support. Seriously, that means a lot. There's now 10 people who will not have to watch the ads for the next 30 days. 10 times 30, that's 300 ad-free days that you've just given to this community, Safarix. That's pretty extraordinary. Appreciate you, Safarix. And a truck horn? What could this be? Holy cow. Truck horn. My goodness.
_truck_horn really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, a truck horn. And thank you, Lilith Hobo, for that gift sub. Look, we're at 16 out of 40 now. We're almost halfway there. We're only 10% away from 50%, so that we're at 40% of the way to our sub goal. Bow. Just like that. We've got a hype train going. I will play you some ukulele songs if we manage to get to a level 5 hype train here. We are already on our way. Holy cow, everybody. Cephalon Wolf is helping us get there too. Spared no expense indeed, Cephalon Wolf. Thank you for that gift sub. Really appreciate that. By the way, a truckhorn, were you here yesterday when I was talking about this? Look. If Marjat shows up, then somebody tell me. But a truckhorn, I do believe you're the Amazon warehouse got my attribution things mixed up with somebody else. But a truckhorn, you sent me these, right? I have received the permanent markers, a truckhorn, and this will be going on your permanent record. Big mark in your favor. Rather, 12 marks in your favor. Or however many marks 12 Sharpies can produce. But I will be using these on fossil jackets in the field to do more jacket art, a truckhorn, and I appreciate you tremendously. Live long and mark permanently. Appreciate you, truckhorn. Holy cow. I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday, truckhorn. I don't know if you were present when I was talking about this. But, let's see. There we go. I was showing this off yesterday. Here's a tweet from my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. Yeah. Here is me. Well, let's see what Denver writes about it. At Paleontologizing. That's this dingus right here.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
The Sharpies of paleo jacket art.
There you go, Golganek. Well, so plaster jackets will tear the etc. out of Sharpies. So they don't last too long when you write on them. So there's kind of an art to like using most of the ink in a Sharpie before you put it on a fossil jacket. So I will be applying that art this summer. But anyway, this is the sort of thing that will go toward. Denver says, here's Danny with a jacket from Yoshi's Strike 2011 dig that he had decorated. That was a long dig all summer, but we got the post-cranium. Got the whole skeleton of that critter. Yoshi's Strike, and here is the jacket art that I did. I had to do this real quick as we were getting these ready for the helicopter to pick up. Actually, this one we may have even brought up by hand. I don't remember. But, yeah, it was a long time ago, you know? I was barely even born yet, right? 2011. I'm 21 and single, right? Yeah, shoot. I was 9 years old? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. Anyway. That's one of those things those Sharpies will be used for, so thank you, Truckhorn, for purchasing those off of the gift, the wish list on Amazon. I really appreciate it tremendously. I really do. And Golganek, thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate you, too. Thank you. Cephalon Wolf, thank you again for the gift sub. Lilith Hobo for the gift sub. And Truckhorn for 5 gift subs. Extraordinary. I'm just gonna do as, you know, as Twitch streamers say, I'm gonna do a speed run. A speed run through the chat right now. We'll try and get to the bottom as quickly as possible. Lilithobo Fall Machine, Travel the World, Lenina Golganek, Snowfall. Welcome, welcome, Snowfall. Dinosaur Dave. Papa Meow Meow, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Space Isaac. With that Komodo hype emote. Welcome, welcome, Space Isaac. Kabuki, how you doing, Kabuki? Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. Mudman, yo to you too. How you doing, Mudman? Hike the Earth. Vodka in a measuring cup, a true scientist. Yes, indeed, Hike the Earth. Yeah. That's a full 950 milliliters of vodka with frozen vodka inside, you know? Because that's definitely how that works. Very nice. No, that's water. But yeah. Who else we got? Far from Grubens is still here. We'll hear Farf's take on whether or not that'll be a good nickname, though. Bio Salad Gurk, welcome, welcome, Bio Salad Gurk. Great to see you here. Yeah, you've not skipped town, Jody Fish? I'm glad to hear it, Jody Fish. Jody Fish is it's gonna be the last one here at high noon. Appreciate you, Jody Fish. That's a Farf-fetched question. And Farf says, not until now, please do. You got it, Farf. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing, Farf. Thank you for being a good sport. I'm feeling goofy today, and I'm glad you're here for it. Let's be goofy together. And fat, clumsy cats. Hang on a minute. I just recognized that I failed to keep my door open. Door here to my office. There might appear cats during today's stream. We'll have to see about that. We had a cat show up yesterday. We'll see if there are any more today. Yeah. I'm not even halfway down through chat. Holy moly. Andy then did. Welcome, welcome. Oliver. Howdy, howdy. They do like you, Oliver. Welcome back. I know that's not what you meant, but I like you, Oliver. It's good to have you here. Safarix. What's shaking? Good to have you here. Science Streams. What's shaking with you, Balint? I hope all is well. Balint, I need to send you some sort of a message, or maybe have a video chat with you, Balint, of Science Streams on, about the subject of TwitchCon. I am presented with a conundrum, because an important scientific conference happens to be taking place on the same day as TwitchCon, the same weekend. Out of all 52 weekends in the year, TwitchCon has to be on the same one as our big global meeting for vertebrate paleontology. So, anyway, I want to talk to you, Science. Let's chat about that. Yeah. Lift weights and prosper. How you doing, Andy? Then did. Welcome, welcome. Dino time indeed, Creatrix Brit. How are you doing, Brit? It's great to have you here. Welcome back. Good to see you. Sorry, I'm way late in chat. Trying to catch up. I'm no mathergizer. Yeah, roses and tea. I am no big city mathematician. I'm just a humble fossil scientist. But, well, no but. End of thought. And Catchpup says Jurassic Park time. Welcome, Catchpup. Is it your first time here? I don't recognize that name, Catchpup, but welcome. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Yeah. As SD Fungi says, cats are predators of modern dinosaurs. True, and some modern dinosaurs are also predators of cats, you know? One of the reasons to keep your feline friends indoors, so they're not carried off by a giant, ravenous, shrieking bird. It happens. Oh boy, it happens. Great horned owls, golden eagles, bald eagles sometimes. Yeah. Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. You don't want that happening to your cat, so yeah. And you watched a couple of streams, lurking mostly, but thanks for the content. Thank you, and Catchpup, that's why you got a gift sub, didn't you? Thanks to the generosity of these community members here. Good stuff. Good stuff. And can you send previously recorded Dana to TwitchCon? I don't know. I am, you know, it's like that classic math problem, you know, everybody dislikes word problems, right? On math tests. And this is that one, you know, two roads diverged in a yellow wood. If Sally is traveling at 3.2 miles per hour, stopping for breaks every 5 minutes, and Jamal is wheeling his chair down the right path at 3.9 miles per hour, and etc. You know how these things go. You're familiar with word problems. Yeah. And yeah, Zesty Fungi, if you couldn't tell, I'm not really streaming to you from Europe. Let me make it a little bit more obvious. Can you guess where I'm streaming to you from? I'm somewhere on the west coast of the United States. Yeah, I'm not Parisian nor European. I'm American. Yeah, I would be attending the Vegas TwitchCon this year. If it comes to that, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, watch out for traffic. There you go, Safarx. Well, it's actually really it's really nice to walk across the Golden Gate Bridge because there's pedestrian areas that are set aside from the cars. I've walked across the Golden Gate Bridge many times and ridden my bike too. And driven a car also. But yeah. Golganex says, previously recorded Danny might attend a previous TwitchCon. That could work. Yeah. Lilith Hobo says you could eat the bridge from up there? Oh. Godzilla style? I suppose I could. See, that's Lilith Hobo, thinking outside the box. Because the bridge is outside the box. Lilith Hobo wants to eat the bridge. I appreciate that. Anyway, welcome everybody back to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you all here. And, shoot, I don't see any burning questions about dinosaur science yet, so we might just jump into our tier list for Jurassic World Evolution. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Welcome, Charlie's Dragon. Great to see you. Here we go. This is our tier list of Jurassic World Evolution 2 dinosaurs. And I gotta say, for once, I'm going to praise the design and implementation of a certain website. This is good stuff. Big props to Tiermaker for preserving our progress. You know, I just looked this up in my history, I clicked on it, and bam, there they all are. I don't have to redo this or anything. They're all still right there. It's gorgeous, you know? Good stuff. So we are ranking the different dinosaurs of Jurassic World Evolution 2. Up here at the very top, we've got our S tier. These are above and beyond accurate and compelling. I tried to kind of reword these to, here, give me just a second, I'm gonna close the door. Yeah, because Ios is also here, and she's in the middle of a Twitch meeting right now, and I don't want to disturb her, so let's do that. There we go. Look at all those chickens. Welcome. Yes. Is that a fun game to play, says Lady Lara Croft? It's not necessarily my kind of game. It's, I don't know. It's a park manager game. There's a lot of busy work. There's a lot of, like, I just want to watch the dinosaurs do what they do. I don't want to have to refill generators with fuel every 4 minutes. So that gets a little irritating. But anyway, yeah. I much prefer a game like Saurian. Can somebody type in !game? But yeah. Anyway, accurate and compelling is at the very top. So far, we've only got Allosaurus. That's Allosaurus jamadsoni at the top. The reason we could tell it was Allosaurus jamadsoni, or the fact that we could tell it was Allosaurus jamadsoni, is one of the reasons it is accurate and compelling. And then we have Edmontosaurus regalis up here, too. Both very, very good. Both of these are drawing from some of the, for some pretty up-to-date science on these animals. So they are at the very top, accurate and compelling. You'll see we've got kind of a classic bell curve going here. Pretty decent. Acrocanthosaurus, Albertosaurus, I think this was Australovenator, Carnotaurus, Dryosaurus, Carcharodontosaurus, I think? Yeah. Inoffensive but uninspired, bunch of sauropods, some theropods, and Euplacephalus. Meh, bunch of these. You'll start to notice from here down, we're starting to have different dinosaurs that appeared in the Jurassic World films. Jurassic Park and Jurassic World films. Especially if it's like a Jurassic World dinosaur, like, say, our Baryonyx, or I think it's supposed to be Archaeornithomimus. Yeah, or Ankylosaurus or Apatosaurus. These tend to be lousier, because they honestly did not do a very good job of portraying these animals in the Jurassic World films. They're kind of dog water. Yeah, I love that meh is the middle ground, winger guarantee. Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate that. Yeah. I couldn't think of... And also meh is our most... Holy cow. Our most prolific category here. Yeah. Brachiosaurus, Chasmosaurus, Kentrosaurus, Compsognathus, Corythosaurus, some kind of ankylosaur, Cryolophosaurus, Diplodocus, Mamenchisaurus, maybe? Gigantspinosaurus? Nah. Yeah. I think before we actually get into ranking these critters... Let's see... Was it the making of Jurassic World Evolution? Let's see... I swear I've seen this video a dozen times before, and I don't know where it is. Give me a second. It should be on that hard drive. I can look up the title to this video, and then we can watch it. It'll be for the first Jurassic World Evolution video game, but it'll kind of explain, maybe, some of the issues with this sort of thing. Yeah, and I think that was... Oh, shoot. Did I put it in here? Let's see. Games, etc. Historic Kingdom review. Where would that have been? Hang on a minute. It's not in there. Alright, let's try over here. Give me just a second here. We'll figure this out. I can even play it directly from here, I think. Is this it? Yeah. Here we go. Should be here on the YouTube. Jurassic World Evolution made its T-Rex. I think this should probably do it. Yeah, let's have ourselves a look. So this is from the first Jurassic World Evolution game. But this is going to be, I think...
a lot of the in-game information on scientific fact from a starting...
One thing is that... Shoot, when we do this tier list, when we continue to rank these different dinosaurs, what you're going to see is the ones that the developers actually had free reign to run with, they tend to be a lot better. The developers of this game, of these games, Jurassic World and Jurassic World Evolution 2, you know, they're generally operating in good faith. They really want to produce a good product for the most part, but they're kind of hamstrung by the IP, I guess. You know? So yeah, he says, we face a lot of, well, I'll go back a little bit. Let's let him talk.
We base a lot of the in-game information on scientific fact from a starting point, but we need to make sure that it fits in line with what people expect from the movies. People have worked...
and that... therein lies the problem. That's the conundrum of a Jurassic World game, is that, he says, we try and base a lot of the things on scientific fact from a starting point, but...
We need to make sure that it fits in line with what people expect from the movies.
And what people expect from the movies is usually dog water. I don't have to tell you that most of the dinosaur depictions in the Jurassic World films are dog water. They're pretty... they're not great. They generally tend to be pretty boring, apart from being scientifically inaccurate. You know, if they were more scientifically accurate, they'd be a zillion times more interesting. But again, it's, you know, pencil pushers and, you know, producers who are making decisions about these things, and not artists, not actual, like, creative folks, and certainly not scientists, you know? So yeah, featherless Gallimimus, there you go, Smorvosaurus, yeah. Yeah.
The stride patterns of a T-Rex, they've worked it out from its bone structure, from like footprints they found in. So our animators really do a lot of research. And so the T-Rex that you see, as I say, is a blend between real science and Jurassic science. So it's as authentic as we can make it on both levels.
Again, you can almost hear the apologetic quality in his voice. He's like, it's as authentic as we can make it, you know, given what we have here. It's like, I'm so sorry that Jurassic World was so dog water. But we're trying to make the game as good as we can. We're trying to make the dinosaurs compelling, even if they were lousy in the movies, you know?
The first things we did was go through all the films and just break down all of those moments from the films and try and make sure that we were getting it as right as possible. Obviously, CG animation's come a long way since those original scenes, but the thing that they really nailed is the drama and the character of the dinosaurs.
In our game, there's like...
And... So that's the thing, is that... I feel like this is a poor decision. Like, this is clearly something that's coming down from the top. Like, this is some executive making these decisions where they're like, oh no, it's a Jurassic World film. So the dinosaurs need to look like they do in the Jurassic World movies. Well, I honestly don't think anybody playing the games would complain if the dinosaurs didn't look quite like they looked in the movies. If, you know, the Corythosaurus, for instance... If the Corythosaurus looked way cooler than it did in the movies, looked more authentic, was more compelling, nobody's gonna complain about that. But it's all of this like, oh, you know, the intellectual property, you gotta make it look exactly the same because these are copyrighted designs. And like, oh boy, they're dinosaurs. They should transcend any kind of like intellectual property like that. These are real animals that once roamed our planet. That's what makes them compelling. It's pencil pushers like that, you know, at the top who are ruining these things. They fundamentally misunderstand what makes dinosaurs cool, you know? So yeah. And you still haven't watched anything past The Lost World? Am I missing out? Jurassic Park 3 has its moments, Lilith Hobo, but apart from that, you're not missing out, I'd say. Yeah. Anyway. And, how about selling accuracy, says Smorvosaurus? I mean, that's the thing, is that when you're advertising dinosaurs, that's what makes dinosaurs compelling in the first place. They're not dragons, they're not centaurs, they're not goblins, they're they're animals that really lived. That's what makes them so much cooler than all these fictional creatures. It's the authenticity of dinosaurs that sets them apart. That's what makes them so incredibly fascinating. That's why they fire our imaginations, because they're real, you know? And certain people just don't get that, you know? So yeah. Anyway. And Anandusha says, I think it's worse. They don't even care about what makes dinosaurs cool. They care about making money. Well, that's why executives are executives, I guess. And that's why they're usually wrong about everything. When your primary goal in life is to make money, you have lost your soul. You are rudderless. You are... Oh, boy. You've lost your humanity, you know?
Slightly sort of, they've got slightly more temperamental
Anyway.
kind of behavior. You know, they won't put up with a sort of a lack of comfort as much as other dinosaurs.
Yeah, Anandusha, yeah.
In terms of the actual kind of characteristics and their stats, trying to base it as much as possible on, you know, science fact, mixed with a bit of kind of, you know, ensuring that we get those key sort of moments from the movies in there too.
We've got this massive spreadsheet which has all the attributes, what makes a dinosaur, all the behavior attributes, so all its needs,
again, this is from the first game. To be clear,
its consumption, its metabolic
there are
rate.
things that are better in the second
by
game.
Using all these stats, we're forming this like sort of almost like a behavior matrix for each dinosaur, and that affects the moment-to-moment gameplay. T-Rexes, for example, like some grassland, but because they're an ambush predator, they have a forest.
So yeah, oh boy. I realize this game is set in the Cenozoic era, in our modern age. But T-Rex being a grassland predator, there were no grass. Tyrannosaurus probably never saw grass. You go and you tell a T-Rex, hey, yeah, T-Rex, go touch grass. She'd be like, what? Excuse me? Grass hasn't evolved yet. These animals are living in an environment that was devoid of grass. To my knowledge, we don't have any evidence of grass in the Hell Creek, or the Lance Formation, or the Scholard Formation, or... Yeah. So anyway, he would eat you. This is Rahabifian. There you go. How you doing, Rahab? Welcome. Touch Psycad, says a Truckhorn. Yeah, or horsetails, or... You know, early angiosperms, or ferns. Touch fern. Yeah. And, anyway. Yeah.
Matrix for each dinosaur, and that affects the moment-to-moment gameplay. T-Rexes, for example, like some grassland, but because they're an ambush predator, they have a forest need, so you need to have some forest in your enclosure, otherwise they become sort of unhappy. So it's like using real science.
Okay.
But hopefully the player will learn that there are gameplay reasons for this, and they'll be able to try and get an equilibrium in their enclosures until...
And to be fair, adult Tyrannosaurus probably was an ambush predator. We've talked about this many, many times. Come on, Google Images. Why are you taking forever? There we go. When we're talking about Tyrannosaurus, it's really important to consider the animal's ontogeny, you know? How the animal changes as it grows and develops. It starts off as probably a pretty fast pursuit predator, and then turns into this big hulking, presumably, yeah, through ontogeny, presumably an ambush predator later on in ontogeny. So, yeah. There we go. New tab. There we go. Yeah. So they start off, you know, very small. These animals hatch out of eggs. It takes them a good while to reach adult size. It takes them years. You know, this might be like a 10 or 15-year-old right here. You know, kind of like a human adolescent. Pretty gangly, long legs. I don't know if they have acne, but, you know, probably pretty awkward, but probably vicious pursuit predators, running down their prey with these enormous, like these beautiful legs like that. They don't really talk about ontogeny in Jurassic World Evolution. The dinosaurs just show up, and they're full grown, you know? They go from an egg to full grown and... yeah, I don't even know. But you never see, like, a juvenile T-Rex. I suppose you see a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, but they call it Dracorex. And then they call it Stygimoloch. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, fully formed like Athena. Yeah, just springing forth fully formed from the head of Zeus. From his forehead, Truckhorn. Yes, indeed. And there is a baby T-Rex in the Lost World. That's true, Dr. Javasaurus. And that baby T-Rex in the Lost World... you know what? I remember when I was a kid, I had a toy. Baby T-Rex toy from Kenner, right? Yeah, it was like this. And it's got these stupid long legs, which is authentic. The head wouldn't have looked like that. The head is kind of slimmer. It's kind of more pointy, like Alioramus in Tyrannosaurs like that. Chonchusaurus. I'm not fully convinced those critters are mature. But anyway, yeah, it's like this. It's got these long, lanky legs. And Jane is juvenile T-Rex. There you go, Orchid Twilight. Yes, indeed. Yes, yes.
Really,
and
spared no expense.
And thank you, Truckhorn, for gifting.
Horn gifted 3 months of tier 1 to Dr. Javasaurus.
3 months, Truckhorn.
In the channel.
Holy cow, a Truckhorn. Really appreciate that, Dr. Javasaurus. You've got 3 months of ad-free viewing now from a Truckhorn. Truckhorn, thank you so much. Holy cow, for your ongoing support. I really appreciate that. What a fine recipient there. Excellent. Yeah, that is amazing, isn't it? Truckhorn, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Seriously. Excellent. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, it's pretty leggy. This toy that I had when I was a kid. And the leg was broken, too. The leg would like, had a little string. I never saw the packaging, because I didn't have it new. I bought it at, like, a flea market for, like, 50 cents. I was a kid. I couldn't afford brand new stuff like this. But, anyway, yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, Tyrannosaurus changes tremendously through its ontogeny. A young Tyrannosaurus probably would have been an active pursuit predator. Maybe when they're full grown, they are hulking, more slow-moving, but more powerful ambush predators. So yeah, you know, fair enough that they say that here. And, you know, these game devs they're very talented people and very thoughtful. And they're trying to produce the best game that they can, but they're kind of hamstrung by the executives and by the IP, as you say, you know?
It's like real science, but hopefully the player will learn that there are gameplay reasons for this, and they'll be able to try and get an equilibrium in their enclosures until something happens when, you know, you can't control science and life will find a way. Do you know what I like about the T-Rex?
I like that too. They're really focusing on Tyrannosaurus here, aren't they?
And it still gets me every time. So obviously I love the intricacies of game design, and that's like a slower emotional burn. I just love the roar. Every time I hatch it from the hatchery and it comes out and it goes, that's just as good as
again. You've got dinosaur ontogeny erasure here. You know, people aren't thinking about dinosaur ontogeny enough. And you see that in games like Jurassic World Evolution. You've got thousands, possibly millions of, we'll say tens of thousands of people across the world playing this game. Tens of thousands of people playing this game, and they're not thinking about how dinosaurs grow and mature. Because you don't have that in this game. The dinosaurs just show up. What does he say? The dinosaur hatches. T-Rex hatches, and then what happens?
shit from the hatchery and it comes out and it goes.
Yeah, that's not real. This is a problem that has plagued dinosaur paleontology for a century at this point. Where, I kid you not, there are real-life professional paleontologists who would go and dig up a new dinosaur and then go, oh, this one's really small. Holy cow. It looks like Triceratops, but it's small. It looks like T-Rex. Looks like Tyrannosaurus, but it's small. Must be a new species, you know? It's got all these weird juvenile characteristics. Must be a new species. No. Oh, boy. Yeah, it is like Jack Horner says, scientists like to name things. And scientists, we're human beings. We're fallible. We make mistakes. It's this idea that dinosaurs are like mammals, where they're like, you know, they're born and then they get big and then they're done. Dinosaurs were not like that. Dinosaurs hatched out of little tiny eggs, and they had a lot of growing to do. And as they're doing that, as they grow, they're changing. They're moving through different ecosystems. They're eating different things. They're living in different habitats. Presumably, they're looking a lot different at different growth stages. They're unlike, really, almost any other creature around today, save for maybe like a Komodo dragon. Komodo dragons also do this, where a Komodo dragon hatches, and a Komodo dragon hatchling, you know, looks like this. Yeah, pretty cool. Here, let's take a look at this. Komodo dragon hatchlings. Yeah, at the Chattanooga Zoo in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I've been to Chattanooga. Lovely town. Look at that. So these guys are arboreal.
Komodo dragons in particular, incubation time is going to be 8 to 9 months. So we were sitting on these eggs for a long time, really hoping something would happen. And last month, on August 4th, Kate, actually, one of my coworkers, came in and noticed the eggs looked a little out of place.
Huh.
And we had 3 of these guys running around, ready to go. So
they love to climb.
A little over a month old right now. So probably a little bit over a foot long, and we're all around about 100 grams.
Yep.
Interesting thing about Komodo dragon babies is...
So that's what an adult looks like. That's not even a full-grown adult. That's still like a sub-adult right there. They get big, and they... Basically, their spots, their color patterns just kind of disappear. You know, it all kind of blends into this kind of solid brown like that.
Sometimes you see the adults, and they're all on the ground, and they look kind of awkward, and they lumber, but the babies are completely arboreal. So
here we go. I've never seen this video before. I did not. I know that Komodo dragons do this, but I wasn't expecting him to say that. Here he is just spelling it out for us. The babies live in a different niche than the adults. The babies are arboreal. They live in the trees. They're climbing like crazy. It's probably the same thing with Tyrannosaurus. It's probably the same thing with a great many dinosaurs, where the juveniles are doing something different from the adults. You know? They're occupying a different niche, and we as mammals are not used to that. You look at, I don't know, if you think about mammals out on the African Serengeti, you think about, you know, wildebeest. You think about giraffes. You think about hippos. You think about lions. It's not like baby lions are living in the next valley over, or they live up in the mountains, or they climb trees or something like that. No, they're doing the same thing that the adults do. You know, mother feeds you with milk until you're big enough to start eating whatever mother is eating, and then there you go, you know? That's the same way for pretty much all placental mammals. I really honestly can't think of any exceptions where, like, juvenile mammals live in a different niche than the adults. It's just not a mammal thing. And as mammals, we're not used to that. We live in the Cenozoic era, the age of the mammals. Mammals are most of the dominant terrestrial vertebrates on Earth. That's what ecosystems look like. And because of that, different species of mammals will occupy just one niche. There's a lion niche, there's a hyena niche, there's a wildebeest niche, there's a giraffe niche. No mammal is occupying a bunch of different niches throughout its lifespan. It's like, oh yeah, when I'm a baby, I live up in the trees and I eat bugs, and then I move down to the ground and then I eat rats, and then I move up into the mountains and I eat mountain goats or something. It's like, nobody does that as mammals. It's one niche per mammal, you know? But dinosaurs don't seem to be like that. Komodo dragons aren't like that, you know? So yeah. And Chappie Jenkins, yeah, in the oceans, you've got other critters like that. Octopus, squid, cephalopods. Yeah. Where they've got wildly different niches throughout their ontogeny. I mean, shoot, look at barnacles, for instance. Baby barnacles are swimming around, finding they're mobile. And then they find a spot, they become sessile. Barnacles encrust onto a surface, then they become filter feeders. Yeah, mammals are weird like that. And all too often we think of dinosaurs as being like mammals when they're not, you know? They're very, very different like this.
Adults, and they're all on the ground.
Yeah.
Kind of awkward and they lumber, but the babies are completely arboreal, so they like to climb, and that's what he's doing right now. He's trying to use me as a tree. It's an adaptation that the babies have.
I love how he's like, stay here in front of the camera, and the baby's like, oh, I want to climb up, and you're like, no, stay here in front of the camera. That's what he's got to keep doing here, because, yeah, that's just instinct. As a baby, they want to climb. They want to climb up, and they want to eat bugs up in the trees. And then when they get a little bit bigger, they can catch birds. They can eat eggs. They can eat bats. You ever seen a Komodo dragon eat a bat? Oh, boy. Bad day to be a bat.
The babies are completely arboreal, so they like to climb, and that's what he's doing right now. He's trying to use me as a tree. It's an adaptation that the babies have in order to escape the adults, so they can stay safe. When they're in the trees, they cannot be eaten by the adults, and that's going to be their main predator is going to be larger.
It may also be the same thing with Tyrannosaurus, you know? Because like with baby Tyrannosaurus, their primary predator, there are not too many other theropod dinosaurs in their environment. There's maybe some dromaeosaurs, but like you reach a size like this and nobody's going to eat you, except for maybe an adult T-Rex. Could be that these guys are living in a different kind of habitat than the adults are. It's maybe one of the reasons why juvenile Tyrannosaurus are so rare in places like the Hell Creek and the Lance Formation. They might be living in the uplands or something like that. Shoot, I don't know. We need more fossils. We need more work on this kind of thing. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah.
Can stay safe. When they're in the trees, they cannot.
Hey, Bet Medler, how you doing? Welcome.
Their main predator is going to be larger Komodo dragons, and we are very squirmy because we're trying to climb.
Just trying to climb.
Yeah. So we have three. We do think that perhaps all three of these guys, from the same clutch, of course, they're going to be parthenogenic. And parthenogenesis
really
means that the
holy cow. That means there's no male input. It's what you might call a virgin birth, which is, as far as we can tell, impossible in mammals, but reptiles, including birds, do this all the time. That's pretty cool.
Parthenogenic. And parthenogenesis basically means that the female reproduced without the male. She did not need him at all.
Wow.
And she sort of replicated her DNA, and made potentially clones are a little bit different, but they're all 100% hers and pretty much genetically identical to her.
Pretty cool. So she basically cloned herself. She don't need no sperm. She don't need no input from a male at all whatsoever. She's like, yeah, you know what? I'm an independent lizard. I'm just going to have some babies. And she did. Good for her. Balashi says, go Sister Komodo. There you go. Life finds a way. There you go, Birds of Dawn. Yes, indeed.
It's a very interesting adaptation that only a few herps have. Komodo dragons are just one of the few. We are going to get a little bit of blood from these little guys, and also Charlie, our female. Send that out and get and go ahead and get some DNA testing to find out if they are in fact parthenogenic.
Look, trying to climb.
They are cadals. Either way, we're ecstatic that we hatched these out. These are our first. We're going to try to keep them together in their group of 3 for as long as we can, until perhaps we might need to separate them. If they are parthenogenic, their genetics might not be the best for reproducing, but there are still tons of zoos that would be lucky to have these guys, and we, of course, would love to hold on to maybe one of them.
Very, very cool.
Are, in fact,
yeah.
The result of Charlie and Cadal, then they are going to have pretty valuable genetics. And at some point, the coordinator of the SSP, the Species Survival Program for these guys, is going to give us a recommendation, and we're going to have to part ways with these guys.
Pretty neat.
To a new facility where they will be matched up with another female or male, depending on what we find out they are. And they will continue to support the SSP and hopefully produce offspring wherever they go.
Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Komodo dragons, really, really interesting animals. And, yeah. And do non-mammals have X and Y chromosomes? Not really, Smay, no. So, I get the sense that a lot of people think that, like, oh yeah, that's just how nature works. There's X chromosomes and Y chromosomes. There's XX and XY. No, it's so much more complicated than that in real life among different groups of critters. Birds, for instance, have... Is it ZW and ZY or something? I forget. Anyway, and various reptiles have different forms of, like, sex differentiation as well. I think some reptiles can actually change sex throughout ontogeny if they need to. I know some fishes can do that. I know some amphibians can do that. Anyway, nature is full of weird, wild exceptions to these rules, and it's just incredibly interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Like the saying goes, you know, life finds a way. So yeah, yeah. Birds have ZW and ZZ. Thank you, Dr. Javasaurus. There you go, yeah. Yeah. So good stuff. Yeah. And Rahabofine, yeah, shoot. I've known some people who are intersex. You know, they've got, I don't know what the combination is, but anyway, it's definitely not a binary. If anybody's trying to tell you that it is, they are lying to you. Holy cow. Talk to a scientist about this kind of thing. It turns out nature is far more interesting and complex than this, and there are far more gray areas. Holy cow. Yeah, very cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. So yeah, yeah. Anyway, with all that said, well, let's finish this and let's actually get into our ranking of these dinosaurs, shall we?
As good as it gets.
The roar. Uh-oh.
One of the interesting things with the T-Rex is that the T-Rex in Jurassic World sounds different from the T-Rex from 1993.
And interesting. It sounds different from in the movies. I do. To me, I don't know if this jumped out to anybody else, but to me, you know, as a dinosaur paleontologist, this immediately jumped out to me. I could hear. Does anybody know what I'm talking about here? The way that he says T-Rex. He said T-Rex. And not T-Rex. The emphasis was on a different syllable. You know, he's emphasizing T-Rex. Which is like a jokey kind of, not jokey, but it's like a pop cultural kind of a nickname. Yeah. T-Rex. You know, it's almost like when I'm saying it, T is a given. Rex is the modifier. That's what you emphasize. I know this is we're getting into the subtlest of differences here, but this is the thing, is that Tyrannosaurus Rex, or emphasized, or excuse me, you know, if you want to shorten it, If you want to abbreviate it is T.Rex. Like Homo sapiens would be H. sapiens. Velociraptor mongoliensis would be V. mongoliensis. Trirarchuncus prairiensis would be T. prairiensis. It kind of reminds me of my old crew chief Denver Fowler. We used to talk about this sometime. He's like, yeah, the next time we find a theropod in the Hell Creek and it's a new species, we should name it T-Rex. The genus name should be T-E-E-R-E-C-K-S. T-Rex. He's like, it would be incredibly confusing. Yeah. I don't know. I say T-Rex, because it's Tyrannosaurus Rex, you know? But a lot of people, you know, what do they say? They say, T-Rex. T-Rex. And even some paleontologists say that, honestly. Like, I don't know. It's not a firm distinction, but, yeah. Yeah. Oh, here we go. We have a T-Rex. Emphasis on the T, you know? T-Rex. No, it's T-Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Anyway, we're getting super into the weeds here. This is where I would even differ from some other paleontologists. They'd be like, what are you talking about? Whatever. T-Rex, 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 well, whatever. It doesn't matter, you know? But yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Anywho. Back to our video here.
With the T-Rex is that the T-Rex in Jurassic World sounds different from the T-Rex from 1993. The first thing we got was the assets from Jurassic World.
These also sound like the ones from the Lost World,
these
Jurassic
are great
Park.
samples, but they're not the same length as what we need. So we take a sound like that, and then we try and deconstruct it. And one of the things we do is we've taken the start, the middle, and the end as an idea. And if you have those things separate, you can create shorter and longer loops, because at any point you can say, oh, we stop here and we play that end sound, which nicely overlaps. So that's one of these calls we just heard, but it's now cut to size. And doing the same thing, if you wouldn't mind playing all four of them. So you start making small variations, because humans are really, really good at picking up repetition. So by having these little variations, by adding a few layers of our own, the nice thing there...
I want to hear from this guy. It sounds like he's doing the actual work here. Let him talk about it.
So in this case, if you would play just the layers that we added to this T-Rex. Those are our own layers, stuff we added to it. It's quite in the mix, but by adding those layers, by adding to the recipe, we all of a sudden have more ingredients to make those scenes in the game that you don't see in the film. So one of the techniques we use is we get these kind of finished...
Anyway, audio. I don't honestly, what I'm more interested in, sounds don't fossilize. What I'm interested in is what the animals look like and how they behave, how they move.
We'll start off with the films. Obviously, we're making a Jurassic IP and we want to make sure it's as close to that as possible, so we do start with the films, but then we'd start to look probably at some big bird reference, but also just other similar heavy creatures. You end up with a kind of a chimera of different creatures. You get kind of the feet from one creature to try and get the idea of the feeling of that leg, and you might get a tail from another creature to get something that's got a particularly big heavy tail, and you kind of wind all those things together and you end up with a kind of a mental picture of how that creature's going to work. It's important for us that it reads like...
Don't get me started on the tails in Jurassic World Evolution, but yeah.
Living creature. So we try and make sure that it looks like it's got an internal thought process and that it isn't just this kind of very accurate robot, it actually is an animal.
The dinosaurs need to look like dinosaurs you see in the films. They're not scientifically accurate in their representation based on what our science, like real world scientists would do, but they need to look like universal dinosaurs, and that was.
No, 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 no. Oh, did I break my mic? Uh-oh. No. So this is the thing, and I really, really want to get this idea across, and I think this is true. Is that, generally speaking, the people who are going to be most enthusiastic about a game like this are the people who are, you know, who like dinosaurs. They're going to want good dinosaurs, compelling dinosaurs. And compelling dinosaurs are authentic dinosaurs. They're accurate dinosaurs. This is the whole thing about dinosaurs, is that they're real. If they're not some, you know, movie studio's IP. They're not intellectual property of the Marvel Disney Corporation. Dinosaurs are real animals, you know? And people like me go out and dig them up and study them. And that's what makes them so compelling, is the fact that they're real, you know? So this whole thing here about, like, oh, the dinosaurs, they need to be, you know, Jurassic dinosaurs. Not scientifically accurate, but, you know, Jurassic copyright, trademark, registered copyright dinosaur. Honestly, like, people playing this game are not going to care about that. This is them trying to please some out-of-touch executive, you know?
Very accurate robot. It actually is
The dinosaurs need to look like dinosaurs you see in the films. They're not scientifically accurate in their representation based on what our science, like real world scientists would do, but they need to look like universal dinosaurs, and
that's why they're dog water. That's why the game is more boring than it should be. It's because their dinosaurs could be a lot better, you know? They could be a lot better. And it's because of this attitude. And the sooner that people get this idea through their heads, that the whole reason that dinosaurs are compelling is because they're real. It's a question of authenticity, you know? I mean, nowadays we live in this world where, like, it feels like most things are shrink wrapped, packaged, shaved down for mass consumption. You know, instant microwavable, just mass produced, just slop. To have something that's actually, it's got a feeling of real authenticity to it. You know? Something that's genuine. That makes it special, you know? Oh, yeah. Instant dino chicken, add water. There you go, MacGyver. Yes. Yeah. And, Scientist says, I like Prehistoric Kingdom more. I do too, Scientist. I make no bones about that. Prehistoric Kingdom, I think, is a superior game in a lot of ways. Yeah. Especially in its depiction of dinosaurs. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. Golganak, I agree. Yeah. And Zoop says dinosaurs were culture-wise very big in the 90s for some reason. A big part of that is Jurassic Park, yeah. Yeah. That's the thing, is that Jurassic Park wow, I don't know. My argument for this is that Jurassic Park, one of the reasons why it was so successful is that it portrayed dinosaurs as real animals, you know? When you're watching that film, not only is the writing pretty good, the acting is excellent. You've got these wonderful character actors like Laura Dern and Sam Neill, and Richard Attenborough. But You know, apart from all that stuff, apart from the other things that make it a good film, good editing, excellent soundtrack by John Williams, all that stuff aside, the real, like, heart and soul of the movie is the dinosaurs. And the dinosaurs are believable as real animals. Because, for the most part, with a few exceptions, cough, cough, Dilophosaurus, etc., these are... they're believable as real creatures, you know? The fantasy of Jurassic Park is being able to, like, go visit this, you know, high-tech, futuristic theme park populated by genetically recreated dinosaurs. Just the very notion fires the imagination. If the dinosaurs looked really hokey and they acted like lizards, it wouldn't hit the same way. The whole thing would fall flat. The idea that you believe these as living animals, like you're able to suspend disbelief for an hour and 23 minutes, or however long the first film is, being able to just kind of immerse yourself in the story and believe that these are real creatures, that's what sells the whole thing. I think that is the linchpin behind Jurassic Park and its success. That's why it was the biggest movie of all time when it was released in 1993. It's because of that. And, you know, in the years since, they've lost their way. Jurassic World is, you know, a marvelized, just, I don't know, like, intellectual property, dog water, sludge. It is unfortunate, Anandusha. I agree. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. And Hi Mars. Welcome, Hi Mars. Valuable input here. Hi Mars says the CGI at the time was unbelievable. Jurassic Park was the first film that really, like, brought... It was a revolution. You know? Bringing CGI into a film was incredible. And of course, dinosaurs, you know, would be the, I was tweeting about this a while ago. I'll show you. For whatever reason, yeah. Where did that go with Gertie the dinosaur? Here we go. Yeah. We talked all about Gertie the dinosaur, what was it, last week? February 8th, maybe 2 weeks ago? This was the first time that, like, what was it? Keyframe animation was used for a dinosaur. Zoop. And I said, is it any wonder that the first time keyframe animation was used, it was to resurrect a dinosaur? It's the same thing for Jurassic Park, you know? CGI, computer graphic imaging, it had been used in a few movies before, but the first time it was really extensively used, before the first time that, like, an entire film hinged upon the use of this. It used to be a special effect. I suppose it's not special anymore. It's commonplace. But the first time that it was really used to, like, sell a film like this, the first time that an entire film hinged upon the use of CGI was in Jurassic Park. And it sparked a revolution. The world was never the same after that. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Oh boy, and he's got... Well, okay. Here, I'm trying to find a video to help explain this real quick here. I think I'm going to have to play this without audio for anybody watching on YouTube. So apologies for that. But those of you who are watching live, you don't have to worry one jot or tittle about that. Let's have ourselves a look. Yeah. There's Gertie the dinosaur. We were just talking about Gertie. Holy cow. I was not anticipating this. But there you go. Yeah. From stop motion to digital dinosaurs. Oh, Stan Winston. Yeah. Yep. It's changed a little bit. Go motion, yeah. That's Ray Harryhausen's voice. Yeah. The legend. Yeah. And was that Jack Horner? Sitting at that table? I didn't see Jack Horner anywhere, Sagi Guana. No, I didn't see Jack Horner. But yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, Phil Tippett. I've met Phil Tippett before. I ran into him in a hardware store in Berkeley, California. He might still live there. I don't know. Not in the he lived in Berkeley, but really cool guy. We had a brief conversation about dinosaurs and recognized he had a big old beard. But yeah, Phil Tippett has done some really, really incredible stop motion animation work on dinosaurs. If you've never seen his prehistoric beast. There we go. Just phenomenal. Yeah. Really, really extraordinary stuff. Just amazing. There's something about stop motion animation. It is more visceral. It is more like there's a tactile quality to it that CG almost never has. And I appreciate that tremendously. And it's so cool to see, you know? So I'll give you a link to Prehistoric Beast. You should totally watch this. There you go. Yeah. Tactile Zoop. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. And Ziggy Nightmare. Yeah, Phil Tippett's work, extraordinary. The man is a modern master. He is a virtuoso. The best in the world at what he does. Incredible. So, yeah. Yeah. And Vigilante category candidate for your postgrad. Oh, UC Berkeley, Vigilante? That's my, not my alma mater, but you could say my My alma omata, perhaps? Any Latin scholars in the audience? My alma omata, Berkeley? Anyway, I worked at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley when I was in high school, before I went off to college. And, yeah. Was Phil Tippett surprised you recognized him in public? He was a little weirded out at first, honestly, Saggy Iguana. But, I don't know. I tried as hard as I could to not be weird about it, and we had a nice conversation about dinosaurs. Phil Tippett, obviously, a, you know, huge fan of dinosaurs. Holy cow, is this beautiful. Again, check out Prehistoric Beast. He says that he produced this to be sold in, like, dinosaur documentaries and stuff like that for kids. He wanted to have it licensed. And it turned out to just be far too scary and grisly for a lot of kids. But, yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. But yeah. And Jody Fish's beloved soul. Oh, close, Jody Fish. I think... So, alma mater means, like, kindly mother. You know, alma mater, like, you know, that's the school that I went to. That's where I was brought up as a scholar. My alma mater. Mater, like maternal. Same root word. Alma amata is like kindly aunt, right? It's like your mother's sister. So Berkeley was my alma amata, you could say. Yeah. It means nurturing mother. There you go. Anandusha, yeah, okay. Yeah. Amata means aunt, right? Like your mother's sister? I think. Yeah. And no alerts about donations. Holy cow. Gamer L. I looked into that and I could find no Ko-Fi integrations. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Gamer L says, I love your style so much. Thank you for streaming. Thank you, Gamer L. And thank you for calling attention to this. I appreciate your support, Gamer L. I really, really do. And you know what? Thanks to your Ko-Fi donation from last time, I made a purchase, which is currently printing out on the 3D printer. Would you like to see it? Too late. Here it is. This is part of the lower jaw of an Allosaurus. We are printing a full-scale Allosaurus skull. And I am... You know, I gotta say, I am stoked about this. You know? Yeah. This is gonna be enormous. I actually don't know where I'm gonna put it yet. It's gonna be like... This sucker is gonna be a meter long. Holy cow. Yeah. Extraordinary. Allosaurus, the state fossil of Utah, where I'm gonna be digging this summer. Yeah, just... Allosaurus fragilis, beautiful, beautiful animal. And I cannot wait. There it is compared to... an apple right there. There's an apple. Probably a large apple. It looks like a Red Delicious. They tend to be pretty big. This. Oh, man. It's going to be huge. Just put it on your coffee table or kitchen table, wherever it'll fit, Charlie's Dragon. You know, maybe it'll go here, where our Camarasaurus skull is right now. Under our juvenile T-Rex. I don't know, but it might not even fit there. Now that I've got the support rod for our T-Rex, we'll have to see. We will have to see. Yeah. So good stuff. Good stuff. Are delicious. There you go, Scientis. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah. You could tell it was an herbivore due to the apple and the... Very funny, Cobraven. Yeah, teeth like this.
Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Not an herbivore.
4th Paleo Cup. I can buy you a beverage too.
Thank you, Lilith Hobo. I really appreciate that. And let me drink some beverage right here. Some water. Good stuff. Good stuff. And Gamer L, what donation I did tonight? Gamer L, I'm sorry, what? I feel a little sad. I appreciate you, Gamer L. It's thanks to your support that I'm able to do stuff like this. To start printing a full-size Allosaurus skull. That's extraordinary. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Gamer L. It seriously means a great deal to me. So, thank you, Gamer L. Seriously, it means a lot. It really does. Yeah. It's gonna be amazing when it's done, Lena. It might be a while, because, shoot, how many files are there? They estimated it at about 940 hours of print time, which is a lot. It's not nothing. But, let's see. There we go. Let me do that. And paste. Delete. Alright, how many I gotta go to the properties for the folder. Alright, properties. 72 files. We're printing our first one of this today. Right now, it's gonna take about 4 hours. Some of these will probably take 20 plus hours to print. It's gonna be at least 72 days, at the very least, I would say, before this thing is fully printed, and then we can assemble it into this. Holy cow. Am I excited about that. It's gonna be truly extraordinary. So thank you, Gamer L. How many I donated? Gamer L, it's... Shoot, you know I appreciate that, Gamer L. When I paid for this today, I paid for it with PayPal, which comes from Ko-Fi. So thank you, Gamer L, for your contribution. I appreciate that more than I can say. Seriously. Yeah. Yeah. And 72 days is better than 72 million years? Absolutely, Gargoware. Although Allosaurus lived about... Take that and multiply it by 2. I think the youngest Allosaurus we have is like 144 million years old.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And Caliber Spy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And I don't see how much. Gamer L, let me check. Here, Ko-Fi. Log in. No, not now. Block notifications. I don't want this. Holy cow, Gamer L. $50. $50, Gamer L. Thank you so much. That is really extraordinary, and I appreciate that, Gamer L. Thank you. You just officially paid for the files for our Allosaurus skull there, so thank you for that. Pretty amazing. Appreciate you very, very much, Gamer L. Thank you. Holy cow. You know, I do this 5 days a week here on Twitch. This broadcast is free to watch, but the support that I get from viewers, you know, donations to this broadcast, is extraordinary, and that's the whole reason I get to do this, you know? So thank you, people like Gamer L, and subscribers, and gifters and cheerers. Thank you so much for making this possible, you know? Yeah. And Caliber Spy says, I like your ambiance. Sir, well, thank you. You don't have to call me sir, Caliber Spy. You do not have to call me sir. But, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Welcome to my office. Here in the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area, where I'm streaming to you from. How's this for ambiance? Yeah. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Yeah, wherever you are in the world, hope you're having a good time. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah. Anyway, represent. There you go, Ash Girl. Yes, indeed. Yeah. You better watch that better, my dude. There will be more. Gamer L, thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. I looked earlier to see if there was some kind of integration between that and Twitch, so that there'd be notifications for a Ko-Fi donation, and I didn't see anything. We've got another one from Safarix. Safarix, are you here right now? Maybe you're trying to do this on the sly, in which case I don't want to blow up your spot. I'm sorry. But, holy cow, Safarix. That's extraordinary, too. Really appreciate that. Holy moly. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Did I add more filament to my wish list? I probably should, Lenina. I honestly should. I should add more, because we're going to go through all of our spools of filament. Patchbox. Copper. There we go. Let's add some more of these to the Paleontologizing wish list. There we go. View my list. It's kind of screwy. It's fine. Yeah. Let's make that 8. Yeah. Beautiful. But there it is. There it is on the Amazon wish list. Beautiful. Good stuff. Good stuff. Again, printing our full-size Allosaurus skull. We just started that today. Very excited about that. So yeah. Yeah. Maybe we should get another printer to the list, Zoop. I only have room for one. I barely have room for one printer, Zoop. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you, Gamer L. Good night to you too. I hope to see you next time. Thank you for your ongoing support. It really does mean a lot to me. Thank you for that. Yeah. And Saggy Iguana says, Danny, do you offer a VIP package for any viewers to go with you on digs? I do not, Saggy Iguana, no. Because I'm not in charge of these digs. You know, when I'm out doing paleontological fieldwork, I'm working with various museums. I'm not in charge of that, you know? I can lend my experience and my, you know, I can volunteer my labor, but I'm not making decisions for those, so no. Saggy Iguana. Although, Saggy Iguana, Saggy Iguana says those people are lucky to have you with them in the field. Thank you, Saggy Iguana. There is another museum that I should direct you to. If anybody watching would like to join a real-life dinosaur dig, and not some kind of Mickey Mouse pay-to-dig experience where they're going in, you know, making a fake jacket out of chicken wire and burlap and plaster for you to trench around and stuff. Not like that kind of thing. A real-life dinosaur dig, for which they do have standards, and if you don't meet the standards, they might not invite you. But you should check out the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota. Man, Google is taking its sweet, sweet time today. be having some server issues or something. But the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in Dickinson, North Dakota, is run by my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. Yeah. Volunteer on a dinosaur dig. There you go. There's Liz right there. And that's my boot right there. Holy cow. That's my boot. Right there. Yeah. This is at our Ankylosaur quarry back in 2017. There's a Pluckman's mustard bottle. There's one of Jack's boots. Jack Wilson. There's a Tyrannosaur tooth. Let's see. There's Jack Wilson again, for whom Daspletosaurus wilsoni is named after. Yeah, good stuff. There's one of Denver's butt pads. What he calls gardening knee pads. We sit on in the field. Anyway. Yeah. How to apply to be a field crew volunteer. I'll give you this link in chat. And, yeah. There you go. Yeah. Jody Fish says, what was the seed mix bag for? So there's plaster in here. And thank you, Nader Fiend.
Evolutionary pressures give rise to differing types of males that we see in various species.
Ah.
The brawny male, the female mimic, and the sneaky.
I really don't know enough about that, Nader Fiend. No, shoot. It would... Oh, goodness. It would probably be like non-monogamous situations among different groups of organisms would lead to the development of, like, different archetypes of males. Like that. But I honestly don't know that. I don't know that personally, Nader Fiend. There are other paleontologists who could, or other evolutionary biologists who could talk about that more in depth. I don't know much about that. Yeah. Are you thinking about, like, in Prehistoric Planet with the Barbaridactylus? That was pretty cool, right? If it works, it works. There you go, Nell. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, if you'd like to volunteer for a summer dinosaur dig, yeah, they've got a whole webpage about that here. There's how to apply to be a field crew volunteer. So, again, there's the link there. Check it out. The crews that I'm working on are typically not really like that. But, yeah, I don't think they really take applications like that. But yeah, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, anyway. Good stuff. Good stuff. And, yeah. And what are the butt pads, Saggy Iguana? That was Denver's name for these. For like a garden knee pad. But they're not knee pads like you wear on your knees. They're like this. This is what Denver would call a butt pad. Although we had a specific... It was like this, but wider. Denver would always call these butt pads. Fisker's made a good one. It looked a lot like this. Yeah, it's just a foam pad that you can kneel on. That's it right there. That's 100% it. Yeah. This is what Denver would call a butt pad. It's funny, when I worked with Jim Kirkland this past summer, we actually used old pillows, like thrift store pillows, instead of these. And honestly, in some ways, they worked even better, you know? So yeah, when you're there on your side or on your knees or on your stomach on the hard ground for hours upon hours upon hours, like all day long, it can actually improve your productivity a lot to have something like this underneath your torso or whatever part of your body you're, you know, squishing into the ground. So yeah, yeah. So yeah, yeah. You could save some money by buying foam garage floor pads from Harbor Freight. I've done that before, Mikey likes. Yeah, yeah. In fact, I think I got one of those from Harbor Freight for Lord D for her kitchen streams. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah. But good stuff. Anyway, where were we? We were talking about dinosaur CGI. Here, let's continue this, and as we do, I'm gonna go run to the little paleontologist room, and as the kids say, expel some urine. So, I'll be right back. We were talking about Jurassic Park and the revolution in CGI and that kind of thing, and how that influences Jurassic World evolution and its portrayal of dinosaurs, all that good stuff. So, yeah. And I'm doing okay with the cats today, Nell. Lordy and Ios are actually here right now, so the cats are mobbing them instead of me. But yeah, I'll be right back.
The best go motion ever done in history with CGI.
Oh. Isn't that cool, Goganek? Yeah. It totally is now. It 100% is. False modesty. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. Very, very nice. A beautiful little video here. Good stuff. Here's a link to that beautifully edited little tableau there on YouTube. So good stuff. I think with that, it is about time for us to talk about some of the dinosaurs in Jurassic World evolution. Again, I want to emphasize this. This is not so we can go through this and go, well, this is just terrible, you know, well, actually, these are all inaccurate. That's not what this is about, you know? This is meant to be a springboard for discussion about what we know about dinosaurs, what we still have yet to learn about them, and how we can better portray them in media like, for instance, video games. You know? So without further ado, we're only 2 hours into the stream. There you go, the Raven. Well, actually, yeah, there you go. Let's, let us get into this. There we go. Here is our tier list of different dinosaurs and even some non-dinosaurs. At the top, we've got accurate and compelling. So far, only 2 of the dinosaurs have dinosaur depictions, rather. I'm not meant to be critiquing any dinosaurs in particular. It's depictions of these dinosaurs. You know? All dinosaurs are wonderful. What we're doing is is kind of ranking the depictions of these creatures. Did the designers really do these animals justice here in their portrayals? Accurate and compelling, pretty decent, inoffensive, but uninspired. Meh. Inaccurate and boring, downright embarrassing. And then beneath that, we've got not a dinosaur and not a dinosaur plus is terrible. For various non-dinosaurs, because there's a lot of them in Jurassic World Evolution 2. So, let's fall into this ring of fire here. Let's see where we were on our tier list. There we go. Yeah. Next we have... Who is this? Well, shoot. We ended with Gigantspinosaurus, I think. Who's this going to be? Homalocephaly. We'll find Homalocephaly on our list. And, we'll backtrack from there. Herrerasaurus. I guess Herrerasaurus is next. Let me show you what Herrerasaurus would have looked like in life. Herrerasaurus is a really, really fascinating creature. Because we're still not 100% sure that Herrerasaurus is even a dinosaur. We don't know 100% that this is a dinosaur, what we're looking at here. Herrerasaurus is from the late Triassic period. Or I should say the upper Triassic period. You know, it is a critter about that big compared to a... Is it a husky or an Alaskan Malamute? Anyway, compared to a dog or a chicken. That's how big it is there. Herrerasaurus may or may not be a dinosaur. It is so close to the origin of dinosaurs that we're not totally sure if it evolved from the common ancestor of all dinosaurs or if it's slightly outside it. But if it's not a dinosaur, it's an extremely dinosaur-like non-dinosaur. I'll put it that way. You know? Yeah. And I don't think that was a Shiba. I think that's supposed to be a husky, right? Yeah. Shiba Inus are a lot smaller than that. Aren't they? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, Herrerasaurus. I think we might even have a clip of, well, I'm not gonna show that. Never mind. Let's just take a look at our depiction of Herrerasaurus in Jurassic World Evolution 2. And, let's see what it's up to here. Herrerasaurus. Again, tail very wiggly waggly. That's a common theme throughout these. They had the wrists. Yeah, the wrists are wrong. Whether this is a dinosaur or a very dinosaur-like non-dinosaur, the Mr. Bird wrists, like, yes, excellent. Like, completely wrong. They did not have wrists that bent like that. That's not how these animals work. So that part, points off for that, for sure. It's got skin in the game. There you go, Andy then did, yeah. Yeah. It does sure look like a dinosaur Mikey likes. It might just be an extremely dinosaur-like non-dinosaur. We're still trying to figure it out. In fact, I feel like I should back this up. Yeah. So Wikipedia, right off the bat, says the genus of Saurischian dinosaur from the late Triassic period. One of the earliest dinosaurs from the fossil record. I have seen this in... Nope. I've seen the same skeleton cast in the Field Museum in Chicago. Not in Germany. This one's in Germany. Look at the heterodont dentition. That's pretty neat. Different teeth of different sizes there. But anyway, yeah. For many years, the classification of Herrerasaurus was unclear because it was known from very fragmentary remains. Possibly a basal theropod, basal sauropodomorph, basal saurischian, or not a dinosaur at all, but another type of archosaur. Yeah. There is still some controversy about this, actually. Classification. Yeah. Let's see. Herrerasaurus, San Juansaurus, and Styracosaurus were all in a polytomy, and Herrerasauridae was the most primitive group of Saurischian outside Eusauriscia. So yeah. Herrerasaurs are so weird and primitive that it doesn't seem like they're theropod dinosaurs. Despite being a two-legged, meat-eating, presumably dinosaur, it is not a theropod. It diverged before the ancestry of theropods, according to most authors. So it's not a theropod, it's not a sauropod, it's some sort of weird thing that diverged earlier than that. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this... Oh, God, why is that so small? Goodness. There we go. I've live streamed this in person. I've been to this museum and streamed this twice. This is the Museum of Ancient Life in Thanksgiving Point in Lehigh, Utah. Twice I have shown this on my live streams in person with my little handheld camera doing live streams there in a museum. Yeah, Museum of Ancient Life. There you go, Rex. Absolutely. Yes, indeed, Rex. Welcome back, Rex. It's great to see you. Howdy, howdy. Yeah. One of these days, I'll put those videos up on YouTube. But yeah, this is at the beautiful Museum of Ancient Life at Thanksgiving Point in Lehigh, Utah. Really extraordinary. Here is Herrerasaurus. Right here, and here is Eoraptor. I happen to have an Eoraptor skull. Right here. The skull of Eoraptor, who seems to be just a little bit earlier than Herrerasaurus. Eoraptor often heralded as the earliest of dinosaurs, although, honestly, we will one day find an earlier dinosaur than Eoraptor, mark my words. This is not the first dinosaur. I don't think anybody really claims that it is. But one day we will find an earlier dinosaur than Eoraptor. So yeah. It's a 3D print, by the way. Just like the 3D print on the 3D printer right now, printing a full-size Allosaurus skull. Much, much larger than our little Eoraptor skull right here. You see the eye, nares, where the nostril would be. You see those teeth. Come on, camera, you can do it. You can do it, camera. Give me some more light. Come on. Don't do this to me. You could do it, camera. You can do it. You can focus. Anyway, there we go. Yeah. Eoraptor. There, we kind of got it. Yeah, thank you, camera. Good stuff. Eoraptor. What a beautiful critter. So yeah, anyway. And Dr. Diplodocus, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. The cute little Dawn Raptor. Yeah, very cool as Enerjiggles, right? Beautiful. Everybody loves Eoraptor. Yeah. The toothy shape of things to come. Yes, indeed, Caravan. The very first dinosaurs that we have are, they walk on two legs, they eat meat. It's kind of wild to think that, you know, I'll show you a kind of an old depiction of dinosaurs here. Where did that go? There we go. Falling out of my chair here. I just love this for the Mark Hallett art. It's incredible how this is held up. At least to a certain extent over the years. But when we're talking about all of these different dinosaurs, you know, from your gigantic sauropods here, your quadrupedal armored dinosaurs, thyreophorans, stegosaurs, and ankylosaurs, your quadrupedal and sometimes bipedal horned dinosaurs, ceratopsians, your ornithopods, all of these critters, you know, your carnivorous theropods and herbivorous theropods too, all of these critters evolved for something that looked like this. You know, little two-legged meat-eating dinosaur like Herrerasaurus or Eoraptor. Pretty extraordinary that is the earliest dinosaurs we have. They all kind of converge upon the same shape. You know, they all looked basically like this. Like little Eoraptor, you know? The very, very first dinosaurs that we have, this is what they look like. They may or may not have had feathers. We're not totally sure yet. Probably did, honestly. But, yeah. The first of our dinosaurs look like this. So, yeah. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. From this, you get dinosaurs, horned dinosaurs like Triceratops, massive herbivorous dinosaurs like Titanosaurs or Brachiosaurs. You get the armored ankylosaurs. Everything comes from something that looks like this. This is the dinosaur, the archetypical dinosaur. The dinosaur from whom all other dinosaurs evolved. Pretty cool, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And do I have a favorite dinosaur that I dug up, says Dr. Diplodocus? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I do, but I can't really talk about it much. Because it's not yet published on. So, yeah. We'll just say it's a horned dinosaur. Might very well be a new species. Actually, honestly, come to think of it, I've dug up 2 different horned dinosaurs that will be hopefully named as new species. If not more. So far. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Mech Matt has a great question. Mech Matt wants to know, what kind of animals did the earliest dinosaurs compete against? Oh boy. Let me show you. Yeah. Let's see. This is nice because it should bring us back to where we were. Yeah. Dinosaur animation. Here is our Herrerasaurus right there, which is the same dinosaur that we're going over for Jurassic World. We're going to put it on our tier list here. I think that's Herrerasaurus there. Makes sense. It's right before Homalocephaly. Anyway, here it is here, and you will see some of the other creatures who are not dinosaurs that Herrerasaurus was living alongside and presumably competing against. Whoop, there's a little cynodont right there. Little mammal ancestor. Get wrecked, cynodont. Yowza. Yeah. And there's a rhynchosaur right here. A rhynchosaur is another kind of reptile. I think it's an archosauriform or something. Rhynchosaurs? Are they sphenodontians? I forget. I don't know what they are. And there's a big old Postasuchian, Ornithosuchian.
competition in the Triassic Age.
Yeah. This is a critter like Postosuchus or Saurosuchus. I think this is Saurosuchus right here. These were like the top predators in the ecosystem. Herrerasaurus would step aside when these critters would come around, you know? Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, those are critters like Saurosuchuses from South America. There's one, oh, killing and about to eat a Herrerasaurus, I suppose. Yowza. So these are not dinosaurs. They are big crocodilian-like reptiles that lived in the late Triassic. And these guys would have, they would be pleased to eat an early dinosaur. Yeah. Holy cow. Big animals. Pretty formidable. You know? Saurosuchus. The lizard crocodile is what the name means. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's critters like this that really kind of ruled these late Triassic ecosystems. Then they go extinct and the dinosaurs take over after that. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, were the ancestors of crocodilians around back then? Yeah, and they looked like this. Xander Jiggles, yes indeed. Yeah. Well, these guys were not direct ancestors of modern crocodilians, but they're in the same kind of milieu, you know? There are a lot of weird experiments with, like, what we call pseudoseuchians. Like, crocodilian relatives. Got critters like Dasmatasuchus. There we go, which was a plant eater at the time. Yeah. You know, critters like that. Kind of shovel-nosed.
And gratitude. Thank you very much for the 100 bits.
And thank you, Travel the World.
Would like a link, please.
A link for what? To link to that video? You bet, Dr. Diplodocus, yes. Thank you, Travel the World. I'm sorry I missed that. That video was here. Yeah. Right there. This is from an old PBS series called The Dinosaurs. Lots of cool animations in that, for sure. So, uh-oh. Here comes Herrerasaurus, yep. Get wrecked, Rinkosaur. Oh, no. And this guy comes in, crash the party, and just, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. And, anyway. So, Herrerasaurus. How is the depiction of this? Probably dinosaur, but maybe not quite dinosaur. How does this stack up? It's not the worst. I don't know. Did they actually... I'm not really seeing evidence of the different sized teeth in there. The wrists are all wrong. Like, we've got really cool heterodonty going on in these animals, and they're not emphasizing that there. The teeth are different sizes. So, again... You look at a skull of Herrerasaurus, and it's really obvious that those teeth are different sizes throughout the jaw. That's one of the most distinctive things about this critter. You know? Like, here's an illustration right there. Teeth of different sizes. Those teeth in the maxilla are like 3 times longer, you know, in the anterior maxilla than they are in the posterior maxilla. That's, you know, it's not, it shouldn't be difficult to get that part right, you know? Very, very distinctive right here. But do they do that here? I'm not seeing that at all. It looks like it's, you know, fairly uniform dentition there. So, yeah. Because of that, Herrerasaurus, we could put it in meh, or we could put it in inaccurate and boring, and I think, honestly, it belongs in inaccurate and boring, you know? Which is surprising, because this, to my knowledge, is not a dinosaur that appeared in any of the Jurassic Park or Jurassic World or, you know, Camp Cretaceous Kids. All spelled with K's for some reason. Don't do that. It's not appeared in any of those properties. Like, there's no reason why it should be hamstrung like this. Like, they could do whatever they wanted with this. They could make it as authentic as possible. And it's just... it's inaccurate and it's boring. So there you go. Not great. Honestly, not great. So yeah. Yeah. Have I ever seen the Telltale Herrerasaurus? I have not, Paleo Nerd. Let me look that up right now. Paleo Nerd Italiano, welcome back. It's good to see you. Telltale Herrerasaurus. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Yeah. Is it here? Jurassic Park the Game, Episode 2. What is this? Oh, criminy. What am I getting myself into here? Herrerasaurus screen time. Is this one of those ones where they just cut it up so it only shows when the animals are on the screen? It's honestly a little bit better in terms of its proportions. And the teeth. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I think it may have been a species that Nedry was stealing. It's not on that list, Cobraven. No. No, that's... Reaper Extra, thank you for the gift of pup time. Really appreciate that. I'm trying to remember the critters on the list. It was like Stegosaurus, and they spell Stegosaurus wrong. Tyrannosaurus is also spelled wrong. Velociraptor. Triceratops, I think, was on the list. Matriacanthosaurus was on the list. I didn't see Herrerasaurus. I would have remembered that. It's not in the film. Yeah. I can show you. Dennis steals the embryos. There we go. There we are. Stegosaurus, Matriacanthosaurus, and did you see how Stegosaurus was spelled wrong? Stegosaurus? It's Stegosaurus. Roof lizard. That's a goof. It's a blunder. Matriacanthosaurus. Who else do we have got? Wait, there were more too. There was like Gallimimus and stuff. Where did they go? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Newman! Yeah, see? Oh, hang on a minute. Proceratosaurus, Gallimimus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they spelled Tyrannosaurus wrong. There's only one N. Yeah, Proceratosaurus is on the list. Gallimimus, Tyrannosaurus Rex, only one N, spelled wrong. Spelled wrong. Ew. Yeah, not great. Not great. Yeah. Velociraptor, at least they spelled that correctly as far as I could see. And then we saw these earlier. So yeah. Yeah, anywho. Cobraven says was on the west side of the island map. What island map, Cobraven? Huh? I don't remember that. It's on the map of the OG 1993 park. Can you send me a link, Cobraven? Yeah. Where are you getting that from? I wonder. Because there's going to be a million, like, fan-made maps and stuff like that. So... Jurassic Park 1993 map. Look, when I search that, there's going to be all kinds of fan-made stuff like this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Brachiosaurus, Gallimimus, Triceratops, Parasaurolophus, Proceratosaurus, Matriacanthosaurus, Segisaurus. That's embarrassing. Oh, man. That's weird. Tyrannosaurus, the only one with a species name, Rex, Velociraptor, Dilophosaurus, Herrerasaurus, and Baryonyx. Really? Where is this from? Is this fan-made or is this original? Oh boy, what's wrong with that skull? Yowza. But yeah. Yeah, and Cobraven's got a link right here. That's the same one. Yeah. Herrerasaurus, that's interesting. That skull does not look like a Herrerasaurus skull, though. Gah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. But just because that appears... where is this from? Like, yeah. Looks similar to my SNES manual. A manual. Failing. Game Boy version manual, maybe? I don't know. Yeah. And Lofo Lee says it's a nod to the fact that they had scientists really do. I don't know what you mean, Lofo Lee. What? I'm sorry. Yeah. Looks like a map from the pamphlet in the film. Interesting, Ziggy Nightmares. Yeah, yeah. I'd love to know what the actual source of this is. Let's go back to Google Images here. Let's click this. Jurassic Park Wiki. Okay, park map. Okay, but where does this come from? The map on the right is... hand side is a map of the Jurassic Park. It is a map of the Jurassic Park. Yeah, we got that. Where's it from, though? Who made it? Where does it appear? Why is it supposed to be legit? Because in the novel Jurassic Park, there were a bunch of other dinosaurs that don't appear on this. Maiasaura, Othnielia. There were some pterosaurs, as I recall. Procompsognathus. So taxon mentioned in the book. Apatosaurus. None of those appear here. What's this from? Yeah. Anyway. And, Ragnarocker. Do I actually own Jurassic World Evolution 2? I have a copy of the game, I guess you could say, on my hard drive, Ragnarocker. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. What's the venom spitting one? That's supposed to be Dilophosaurus Reaper Extra. Dilophosaurus did not actually spit venom in real life. You know? Yeah. In fact, shoot. In real life, this is the thing. Yeah. So, Dilophosaurus in real life is a zillion times cooler and more interesting than the one in Jurassic Park. Here, let me show you. There we go. So here is the Jurassic Park and now Jurassic World Dilophosaurus. And here is actual Dilophosaurus. This is a big animal. I've got a Dilophosaurus skull 3D printed over there on my wall. The thing is big. It's a big animal. I was lucky enough to work on the holotype specimen of Dilophosaurus back in Berkeley when I was in high school. It's big. It's a big skull. At the time that the Dilophosaurus was around, it was maybe the biggest meat-eating animal that had ever evolved on land. It's a big animal, you know? And I don't want to hear anybody say like, oh, well, you know, in the movie it's just a juvenile, you know, that's why it's so small. They don't make any reference to it being a juvenile in the movie. In Jurassic Park, and then in the Jurassic World movies, they show the animal multiple times and it's always the same size. So it's clear that it's just supposed to be small like that. And there's an official explanation for this. It's that in 1993, the people who were producing Jurassic Park didn't want it to get mixed up with the raptors, which are actually Deinonychus. So anyway, they made the Dromaeosaurs too big. They made the Dilophosaurus too small. Yeah. And I can understand that when you're doing this kind of thing, you don't want audiences to get confused in it. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, one of these days, I'll finally get around to making that Dilophosaurus video that I had scripted out ages ago for YouTube. This is back when I was trying to make it big on YouTube, putting effort into that. Before I had ever even heard of Twitch, which is honestly a far superior platform to YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. It's just true. Twitch is better. Yeah. But yeah, I had a whole video all scripted out on Dilophosaurus. The story of the initial discovery of Dilophosaurus and all that good stuff. One of these days, I'll actually put that together and put it up on YouTube. And hopefully use that as a tool to bring more people here to Twitch so I can talk to them live on broadcasts like these. They can get their questions answered in real time. But anyway, yeah. So yeah. Recreated from studio reference materials. Interesting, Saggy Iguana. Huh. And let's see. Yeah. And the Dilophosaurus being... Well, if that's the case, then all of the Dilophosaurs everywhere are all juveniles. They show... Weren't there like 5 of them in Jurassic World Dominion? Oh my god, what a garbage movie. But they're all the same size. It's clear that that's supposed to be the size that they are full grown. Like, they never make any reference to Dilophosaurus being larger than that in any of the Jurassic Park or Jurassic World films. It's just, like... It's just wrong, you know? It's just wrong. You don't have to try and make excuses for like, oh no, actually, they meant for them to be juveniles. They never say that, you know? Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, Ziggy Nightmare says a lot of the Jurassic Park dinosaurs were done for aesthetic reasons rather than accuracy. In the case of the Dilophosaurus, yes, because I remember, as I recall, when they were originally producing the 1993 film, they made a decision early on to scale the Dilophosaurus down, and so that audiences wouldn't get it confused with the Velociraptor, which is actually Deinonychus, which is supposed to be significantly larger, you know? So yeah. The Velociraptors were big to accommodate the puppeteers inside the costumes. Yeah, Ziggy, you're absolutely right. Some of those Dromaeosaur apparatus actually had people inside. Yeah. Jurassic Park. Velociraptor. Puppet. So let's say. Yep. There we go. Yeah. From Stan Winston School here. There's a person inside of this. So that's one of the reasons why the Velociraptors had to be larger, So they could actually fit a person inside. Yeah. Which is pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So anyway. Anywho. As a paleontologist, you know, my first concern is not like, oh, let's defend this IP, this intellectual property, and you know, and try and, you know, massage things so they actually make sense. Like, no, I'm talking about these as dinosaurs, you know, as real animals. And, you know, when you're producing a film, stuff gets left behind, stuff gets weird, stuff gets swept under the rug, their mistakes are made, that sort of thing. And it's okay to accept that, you know? That's how the real world works. And so, yeah, the depiction of Dilophosaurus in Jurassic Park and Jurassic World, not the greatest, you know? If you do want an excellent kind of primer on what Dilophosaurus was really like, according to actual science, check this out. Beautiful video from Brian Eng about Dilophosaurus. Here we go. And let's turn the sound on.
Evolved into giants.
Yeah.
They started out relatively tiny.
There's an Aedosaur
with a bizarre diversity of strange creatures.
Yeah.
The forests and swamps of the Triassic period.
Before dinosaurs really had their big break.
Abundant fossils of this strange ancient world have been found in Petrified Forest National Park in Arizona.
Yep. Anyway, yeah, so Dilophosaurus, getting more into that. Good depictions of Dilophosaurus.
Fenestra, that large window into the nasal sinuses between
Yeah,
the nose.
this is the holotype specimen of Dilophosaurus that I've worked on at UCMP in Berkeley. That's Pat Holroyd's hand right there. This is the hand of my old mentor, Dr. Patricia A. Holroyd, kind of the, you know, collections goddess, as she's sometimes referred to. Pat, like, you know, I don't know if there is an official collections, vertebrate collections manager, but Pat, as a museum scientist, that's kind of her unofficial title. She's in charge of the vertebrate fossils there at the museum.
And eye
yeah,
in the skulls of theropod dinosaurs.
Anyway, this is an incredibly delicate skull. I was involved with some of this stuff, like putting these plastic supports here in the antorbital fenestra and this acrylic rod right here. This is so incredibly delicate that it basically needs like prostheses like this to be held together. And that crest on the double crest of Dilophosaurus, it is so thin, just like, it's basically translucent. It's so thin that like you can shine light through it. It's like potato chip thickness. Or if you're from a Commonwealth country, it's like the thickness of a potato crisp. A crisp, you know, from a bag of crisps. Potato chips. Super thin. Incredibly thin.
When you see the skull from the front, it becomes clear that the crest isn't separated from the antorbital fenestra at all.
Yeah.
It's an expansion of it.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
In fact, most non-bird theropod dinosaurs have small crests formed by the lacrimal and nasal bones in the same area.
We'll be talking about, this is the Allosaurus at Dinosaur National Monument. Yeah, I don't, is this still on display? They may have moved this since then. Anyway, that's what I'm 3D printing right now on the 3D printer, is an Allosaurus skull in full size. This is going to be part of the dentary, the lower jaw of our Allosaurus. So yeah, very, very excited about this. Sucker is going to be like 1 meter long. Oh man, it's going to say hello to Allosaurus, everybody. Holy moly, because we are going to be watching this print for a long, long time. Many, many parts of our Allosaurus. This is going to be Oh boy,
And
yeah.
almost all of these crests have hollow
There we go.
spaces inside of them, left by air sacs expanding from the antorbital fenestra up into the bony crest.
Yeah. Anyway, if you'd like to watch the rest of this video, which I highly recommend you do, if you are at all interested in Dilophosaurus, and you've not seen this video yet, holy cow, are you missing out. So Brian Eng is a researcher and a paleo artist. He does really, really extraordinary work. And he actually went back and looked at the original specimens of Dilophosaurus. And I think that was Ceratosaurus just a second ago. But anyway, yeah.
Those air spaces upward, so much so that we don't even know the full size and shape of Dilophosaurus's bony crests because the top edge isn't even preserved.
Yep. Very, very cool. If you want to bring your understanding of Dilophosaurus into the 21st century, you need to watch that video. And again, here is the link right there. So yeah, good stuff. Anyway, how did we even get out of this? I don't remember. Yeah. So Dilophosaurus just took those crests to the next level. Basically, yeah, Golganek. Again, dinosaurs like our Allosaurus. You know, here's Allosaurus skull that we're 3D printing. Let's open that in a new tab. This is what we call the lacrimal crest up here. The eye would be right here. This is a crest up in front of the eye. In Dilophosaurus, it takes that crest and it just embiggens it to a ridiculous extent. So it's just huge over the top of the animal's skull. A lot of theropod dinosaurs have crests on their lacrimals. Tyrannosaurs have them at the end of the Cretaceous. Ceratosaurus, who is not closely related to Allosaurus, and I'll show you. Ceratosaurus, which is from a different group of theropods entirely, also has those lacrimal crests right there. Yeah. It's a really, really common thing among theropod dinosaurs. For whatever reason, it's really easy for theropod dinosaurs to evolve big, elaborate crests coming up off of the lacrimal bone like that. Yeah, and in Dilophosaurus, those lacrimals and nasals just balloon up. And, yeah. Does Velociraptor have them? It does not, Lofoli, no. Well, not really. Here's the skull of Velociraptor right here. And, here. This is actually one of my few non-3D printed specimens. This one's a cast. But yeah, you look at Velociraptor, there's the lacrimal bone right there. And it just basically goes up and stops. A little bit of a protuberance right here. But, it doesn't evolve a crest. Which is interesting. It might be that with dinosaurs like Velociraptor had feathers all over its body. And it would have had some, big, pronounced feathers coming off of its arms. Maybe those had kind of taken over for display purposes. Away from old-fashioned bony crests. Like your other Tetnuran theropods had earlier on. Or Ceratosaurian theropods like Ceratosaurus. So yeah. And your Beast of the Mesozoic T-Rex has them. Yeah. So Tyrannosaurus also has lacrimal crests. They're not as garish maybe as your Allosaurus right here, but they are there. Yeah. Let's see. That's another Tyrannosaur. That's what, Albertosaurus? You can see the lacrimal crest right there in front of the eye socket. There's Daspletosaurus horneri right here. There's lacrimal crest on our Ceratosaurus again, like you saw earlier. Lacrimal crest. Anyway, yeah, here's a Tyrannosaur, and it's... Sorry that's so small, but it's kind of got that going on right there. Yeah. And whoop! Hang on. I heard a weird clicking noise. Let's go check on this real quick. Let me take a look at this. make sure this is not going to explode or anything. Be right back. Yeah, we're looking good. I don't know what that noise was. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Under the crest along the top of the skull. Yes, Vigilante, yeah. Lacrimal bones tend to, in theropods, it's in front of the eye and it goes kind of up around like that. So, here. Where did our Ceratosaurus go? Shoot, oh, there we go. Yeah. All right, here. Theropod skull labeled. Here it is for Spinosaurus. Maybe not the best example, but at least it's color-coded. The lacrimal is the blue one right here. It's in front of the orbit, the eye socket. So in certain dinosaurs, that embiggens and enlarges and sticks up like that and forms a crest. So it certainly does that for Ceratosaurus. As you can see here, there's the lacrimal bone right here. It goes whoop down there, and it meets up with the jugal right here. There's the jugal, and the lacrimal sticks up from that, and you've got that lacrimal crest right there, if that makes sense. It also links up with the prefrontal and the frontal and the postorbital, and then back again with the jugal to form the eye socket. So yeah. So anyway, yeah, good stuff. And lacrimal meaning related to tears, yeah? You're right. Nell, yeah. I think our tear glands, as humans, they come off from our lacrimal bone. Let's see where the lacrimal is on a human skull. Yeah, the lacrimal. There we go. There's a human skull. The lacrimal is, yep, right inside there. I guess near where your tear glands would be. So, yep. We've got the same bones in our skulls as dinosaurs. It's because, like us as mammals, dinosaurs are also tetrapods. They're animals with bones and limbs on land. We come from the same common ancestor. You could trace our ancestry back to the same place. You know, go back to, let's see. Try this right here. Uh-oh, my microphone is all kapikahe. All chueco here. Fine, get this back to where it was. Man, Mini Pie, the cat, was really messing with this earlier. Yesterday. But here is a view of the tree of life. There you go. Yeah. Now, let's take a look at, say... Oh, goodness. This is a little buggy. I'm trying to, like... There we go. Drag it so we can see. Theropod dinosaurs and humans, who are ourselves mammals. We are 68 millionth cousins, 83 million times removed. It's not a very good T-Rex depiction they have there, but whatever. Anyway, if you were to go back to our common ancestor, that would be way back here, about 325 million years ago. So yes, we as humans, you could say that we're related to dinosaurs, but we are not close relatives. You got to go back 325 million years to get to our common ancestor. So humans were much more closely related to other mammals. And then after that to proto-mammals like synapsids and stuff like that. We're not particularly close to dinosaurs at all. But, yeah. Yeah. That's why we've got the same bones in our skulls anyway. As we inherited those from our common ancestors. That's just how it works. So yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. We're not dinosaurs, Ragnarocker. No, we're not dinosaurs. But both dinosaurs and humans come from the same ancestral stock if you go back long enough. Hundreds of millions of years into the past. You can get to where we once had a common ancestor, which is pretty cool. Our inner Fibsh. There you go, Golganek. Yes. Yeah. And our common ancestor looks iguana-ish. That would probably be a critter kind of like Hylonomus? Hylonomus? Yeah, there we go. Kind of lizardy. In fact, many of you are looking at this and going, what do you mean kind of lizardy, Danny? That's a straight-up lizard. This is not a lizard. This animal predates lizards by a long, long way. Yeah. And Hylonomus is... It's a straight-up reptile, so I guess it is more lizardy, but... Anyway. Tetrapoda. Let's look at the earliest of the tetrapods. Yeah, the first tetrapods... Stegocephali. Man, this is a broad group. Stegocephalians today include such critters as dogs, owls, amphibians. Yeah, humans too. Anyway, crown group Tetrapoda. So yeah, what's the origins of Tetrapoda, perhaps? Glittistics. Trying to find, like, a fossil organism that would be closest to the ancestor of all tetrapods. Well, actually, amniotes. Crown group Amniota. Amniotes, which are creatures that have an amnion in their egg. Extra embryonic membranes. The amnion for embryonic protection. Chorion for gas exchange. And allantoid for metabolic waste disposal or storage. Yeah. Anyway. What are our... There we go. So this critter would have looked very, very similar. I know it's kind of lizardy, but trust me, this is not a lizard. This is from long before lizards first evolved. This is not a true lizard. Archaeothyrus. Lived during the late Carboniferous, about 306 million years ago. So yeah, the critter that we and dinosaurs have as a common ancestor would look not too different from this. You know? Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, good stuff. May have to have a Tuatara emote. Lenina, I will be there to support you for that. That sounds cool, Lenina. So yeah. So I guess our common ancestor does look kind of iguana-ish. You're not wrong, Freya's Fury. You're not wrong at all. But yeah, this is just a body plan that works. We had creatures over 300 million years ago that looked like this. And we have creatures today that look like this. You know? It just works. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Getting back to our Jurassic World tier list here. And how many dinosaurs have we done so far? We did a grand total of... one so far. Womp womp. Let's do our next one, who I believe is Homalocephali. Let's take a look at this dinosaur and let's go ahead and rank that. on our tier list. There we go. Homalocephale, which is a pachycephalosaur for once. Although I guess we've already had too many pachycephalosaurs. Why is that tail so wiggly waggly? Oh my goodness, these animals had very stiff tails. They had like this basket work of tendons to stiffen their tails. The tail is way too sinuous. I like that little scratchy thing. That's nice. But yeah. So Homalocephale is a pachycephalosaur from the late Cretaceous of Mongolia. It's got kind of a flat head like that. And they do sound adorable, don't they? They really do. Just beautiful. Yeah. Very cool. Homalocephale. Beautiful dinosaur. In fact, I remember there's a... Was it Homalocephale or Prenocephale? Let me look this up. There's a beautiful picture of a Polish-Mongolian crew digging up a... There we go. Digging up a specimen of one of these critters. Yeah. Here we go. I'll show you. Wow. There is Homalocephale, and something about this face reminds me of, like, Renaissance art. I don't know, very, like, it's got a certain, like, beautiful doughiness to it. Looks like Renaissance art. I don't know. Kind of a Mona Lisa smile thing going on. I'm not sure what that is. But anyway, Homalocephale. Homalocephale. Below. Yeah. It's a pachycephalosaur, along with Stegosaurus and Pachycephalosaurus. These are all really antiquated illustrations. But the illustration I wanted to show you... Oh, there's the skull of Homalocephale. Right there. Fairly flat head. In Pachycephalosaurus, in the adults, it's very rounded like that. Also in Prenocephale. Yeah. But, oh, I guess that was Prenocephale. That is the skull right there. Holy cow. In the field. Just there, you know? Beautiful. Gorgeous. So not Homalocephale, but I guess there is our Homalocephale skull. I thought maybe it was this illustration, or this picture, but no, that's Prenocephale. Anyway, Homalocephale is a well-known flat-headed pachycephalosaur. And, it's a fascinating animal. Like all pachycephalosaurs. Let's take a look at some illustrations. Homalocephale. Again, most of these, oh goodness, they're going to be from video games and stuff. That one honestly looks cooler than the one that we saw in the game footage there. But there's a pretty decent illustration. I like the bright coloration on it. There's another nice one there. So, Homalocephale. There's how much of the skeleton we actually have. A decent amount for a pachycephalosaur. Usually we've only got the skull for these critters. But yeah. Pretty cool critter. And you see, when you look at the tail there, look at this. You see this kind of crisscrossiness there? This should extend throughout the whole tail, you know? Those are ossified tendons. Like a lot of ornithischian dinosaurs, these guys had tendons that over the course of their lives actually turned to bone and would have helped to stiffen the tail. So when you see the really wiggly waggliness of these guys' tails in here, like when they walk around, the tails are just kind of going woo, 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 like that. They would not have done that in life. Like this right here, they would not have been that sinuous. They honestly, you know, it looks better in this shot right here. Kind of more... Oh, no, it is too wiggly-waggly. These critters would have had very stiff tails because of these ossified tendons throughout here. So, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So anyway, yeah. And I'm aware, Dr. Terra, yes, that they changed the coloration. I said this one looked cooler than the one we saw in our video. I recognize this is also from Jurassic World Evolution. Please. I promise I'm not as dumb as I look, okay? Goodness. But yeah, Homalocephali. Very beautiful little ornithischian dinosaur, little pachycephalosaur. Cool critter. I feel like they... Yeah, it's not a bad reconstruction. With this color scheme, it looks a lot better. That color scheme reminds me of, like, baby emus with the stripes that they have running down their bodies. Yeah, reminds me of this. These adorable little critters. I bet you that was their inspiration for the color scheme here. Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It's certainly not the worst depiction of Homalocephali that I've ever seen. It is kind of a boring brown color here. It'd be nice if it were brighter colored. I'm sure you can choose different skins for them. But, yeah. I don't know. It's a lovely little critter. And I like it a lot. Pachycephalosaurs really don't get enough attention. It would be hard for them to. They only really show up in the late Cretaceous. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, good stuff. And Freya's Furious is which evolved first, the flat-head or the round-headed Pachycephalosaur? I think flat-headed Pachycephalosaurs probably predate the round-headed ones. Although the round-headed ones start off with flat heads early in ontogeny, it seems. At least that's the case with Pachycephalosaurus, if not critters like Stegosaurus. So yeah. So Homalocephali here. I think it belongs right here. It's inoffensive, but uninspired. You know? Or even... I'm actually tempted to put it up here in pretty decent. Oh boy. Let's be generous. And we'll put beautiful little Homalocephali in pretty decent here. Yeah. I don't have much information to go off of, and I'm feeling generous. So, Homalocephali. Pretty decent. You know? Not the worst. Certainly not the worst. Tail is too wiggly-waggly. The color is far too drab. If you're gonna go through all the effort of, like, evolving a really weird head and skull like that, you better believe that's gonna be brightly colored. You know? That's why I like these depictions a lot more, where they show a bright coloration there. It kind of speaks to, like, what these dinosaurs were actually all about, you know? So yeah. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. But there you go. You know, pretty decent. Our other Pachycephalosaurs, our Dracorex, is downright embarrassing. Homalocephali, by contrast, pretty decent, you know? It's very cute, Polishy. Very, very cute. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Let's see who's next. Huayangosaurus, and oh boy. Huayangosaurus, one of the better known of the early stegosaurs. Huayangosaurus from the, I think, early Jurassic of China? Huayangosaurus is like an early stegosaur. It's still got, like, 3 maxillary teeth. It's, oh boy, when you search it, Oh boy, that's lousy. Is this gonna be what it looks like in Jurassic World Evolution? Ugh. 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 Yuck. You know, much older illustration of Huayangosaurus, probably a lot more authentic. There's a beautiful one there too, beautifully rendered, a little bit speculative about the shape of the plates and everything. But that's the thing about stegosaurs, is that we often don't really have a lot of information about the particular arrangement of their plates, or their orientation, or even their shape. We've got limb bones and stuff. We've got a few skulls here and there, but stegosaurs are one of them. Honestly, they're one of the more mysterious groups of dinosaurs. There's a wonderful talk. If you want to be brought up to speed on stegosaurs, what we know about them and what we don't, Susie Maidmont, UK paleontologist, had a wonderful talk from the Royal Tyrrell Museum of Paleontology series all about stegosaurs. She's one of the world authorities on these animals. Check out her video right there. Good stuff from Susie Maidmont, one of the world's top experts on stegosaurs. So yeah, I don't know. With stegosaurs, I think there's often a mistake in making them like too down low, squat, giving them pillar-like limbs, and just kind of making them look, you know, like kind of too squat and solid and thick like that. I think a lot of stegosaurs would have been kind of more upright, sprightly, graceful animals, you know? And it seems that those plates and spines evolved more for display than anything else. So like them holding their bodies aloft like this, you know, makes a lot more sense to me. You know, like this, or like this. Right there. Yeah. Love this Huayangosaurus depiction. Really lovely. But we'll see how it's portrayed in the game. And Space Naming, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome, Space Gaming. Question with regards to our depiction of dinosaurs. I once saw a picture of our current animals drawn as they would draw dinosaurs. So the skin really stretches across the bones, and it was hard to recognize those common animals. I know exactly what you're talking about, Space Naming. You're talking about, like this. You know, critters like baboons and swans and stuff like that. Hippo, swans, zebra, baboon. That's the thing, is that these animals, well, 3 out of the 4 here are mammals. And mammals are really weird in terms of their depiction. Like, or in terms of their... Mammals, their silhouette does not hew very close to their skeleton. You know? So a baboon, it's got fur, you know, it's got... Because mammals have thoracic and lumbar vertebrae, the rib cage is like kind of an odd shape like that, but that doesn't actually show the extent of where the guts would be and everything. These are things that are not true of dinosaurs, you know? So yeah, I don't know. Birds, as we now know, are living dinosaurs. Birds are probably a better kind of reference for this kind of thing. So, here, let's take a look at the skeleton of a parrot, for instance. You know? A parrot skeleton. And you look at this and you go, okay, looks very skeletal. It's very thin. What does the actual animal look like? Well, a parrot with no feathers looks very similar. So if a dinosaur had feathers, then yeah, certainly you know, kind of all bets are off as to what its silhouette might look like, you know? It might have big floofy feathers that would kind of change its overall silhouette. But if you're looking at just the body shape, birds, their silhouette actually hews very close to what their skeleton is. Until you put the feathers on. So for dinosaurs that did not have a full coat of feathers, it's probably the case that their silhouette would hew pretty close to what their skeleton is. With notable exceptions, you know? So yeah. So yeah, anyway. Space naming, I hope that makes sense. Is this still a misconception, or has that current view been better fleshed out? I like what you did there, space naming. Yeah. It depends. For different kinds of dinosaurs, did they have feathers? Did they not? Are they sleek, fast-moving, predatory animals? Are they more bulky herbivores? The question of, like, how much flesh to put on a dinosaur skeleton, that's an ongoing question. You know, with different points of view, and... So, yeah. In some cases, we actually have what we call, like, dinosaur mummies, which actually help us figure out what the flesh would have looked like. Yeah, here we go. Let's see here. Trying to find... Here's, I guess, Bob Bacher? It's Bacher, so take him with a grain of salt. But here he is talking about Leonardo, a brachylophosaur with preserved flesh. Yeah.
I'm offended by the word duckbill. That's the shorthand for this family of dinosaurs. Come around here. Look at the...
Wait, why? Why? Duckbill, it's... The general public generally knows what you mean when you say duckbill dinosaur. Why would you be offended by that? Let's hear what he has to say.
Is this the beak of a duck? Well, no. There's a bit of the beak actually preserved on Leonardo. The beak is an internal rim of bone, and over it, what we have in the mummy, is bits and pieces of the horny beak. This is stuff like fingernail, but much, much stronger.
Keratin is what we call it.
Birds do. This is a lawnmower. This is a sharp edge.
When you say a lawnmower-built dinosaur, people aren't going to know what the bejesus you're talking about. You say duck-billed dinosaur, and people know what you're talking about. You know, yeah.
Cropping tough plants, not water plants, not something in the mud, but something growing with bark and hardwood. All of the duckbills were land feeders.
It's like Bucker's stuck in the 80s. Nobody thinks that anymore, that these animals were running around in the, you know, they were sloshing through swamps and only eating water plants. Nobody's thought that since the 80s. I mean, seriously.
Apparatus and all
oh, boy.
Chew the heck out of their food. Come on. Look at the very front of this muzzle. You see what I mean? See how square this is? This is not a duck. And Leonardo, the mummy,
it's not square either. Squares have corners.
He preserved every single one. There's about 800 of them packed in here, packed very tightly.
Yeah.
And when one tooth wears out, another one's coming in. Never runs out of teeth. This is a cranial.
Like all dinosaurs with teeth.
And shreds and grinds.
It'd be nice if they'd actually show us, like, you know, the teeth of a hadrosaur. They do have this amazing dental battery. There you go. Just an incredible number of teeth, all brought to bear to make this, like, continuous cutting surface. Hence a battery of teeth. Like a gun battery, but, you know, but teeth instead. Forming a continuous cutting surface for really efficiently processing food. Just, yeah, pretty extraordinary how that works. There we go. Nope. There we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, but is comparing it to a duck the most accurate? I mean, we don't have any big... How many multi-ton beaked herbivorous animals do we have walking around who are chowing down on pine needles and ferns and cycads and cypress and stuff like that? Nothing, you know? You use the best analogy you've got, and people understand duck-billed dinosaur. It's been around. It's a term that's been around for a long time. Is it, 100% authentic? Are their beaks just a perfectly scaled up version of a duck's bill? No, certainly not. Not at all. But it's just a term that's out in the general public and people understand it, and I don't know, it just it runs perfectly counter to like what Bakker says about Brontosaurus, where he's like, well, the name Brontosaurus, the general public knows it, so let's just use it. Let's not confuse people. It's the same with duckbill dinosaur. When I say it, I don't mean, yes, this is a perfectly scaled up version of a duck's bill in every way. And, no, not at all. It's not at all what I mean. I've heard other people say like, oh, well, actually, we should call them spoon-billed dinosaurs, or we should call them, waterfowl-esque keratinized beak dinosaurs. It's like, that's never going to catch on. You're just being pedantic at that point. It's not helping anybody. You could say, well, yeah, we call them duck-billed dinosaurs, but, they had a lot of really fascinating differences. Ways they were very different from a duck's bill. You don't have to engage in the pedantry every time, So, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Well, actually, there it is again, the raven. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's got a frill. We didn't make this up. I'm a scientist with a PhD from Harvard. I'm not allowed to make things up. Well,
wait, what? Didn't Bakker go to Yale? Am I wrong about that? I thought Bakker's PhD was from Yale. He just said Harvard, right? Oh, boy. Will somebody look that up real quick?
I'm a scientist with a PhD from Harvard. I'm not allowed to make things up.
His bachelor's is from Yale.
This is real. This is preserved in our mummy, Leonardo, and in other mummies. The top of the skin is pulled out into triangular or trapezoidal notches and points.
Yeah, anyway. He's just like going over a model right here. It'd be really nice to actually see the Leonardo mummy. Yeah. Which is pretty extraordinary. It is unfortunately kind of like a commercial specimen, so there's... Oh boy. You always got to take that with a grain of salt. Yeah, Brachylophosaurus. There we go. There's a specimen at the Children's Museum in Indianapolis. So good stuff. Yeah. And, yeah. And Bakker studied at Yale, but he finished his PhD at Harvard. Oh, well, la-di-da. Okay, Jody Fish. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, does Harvard even have a paleontology program anymore? I don't think they do. It's like... Goodness. It's like, well, I, of course, learned all about electronics at Circuit City. It's like, holy cow, how long ago was that? They're not around anymore. I don't even know if Harvard has a paleontology program anymore, So yeah. I don't know. If they do, I'm not aware of it. They are very far from the forefront of vertebrate paleontology, I can tell you that. Anyway, yeah. If you'd like to learn more about this, yeah, dinosaur mummies, Brachylophosaurus, this is a good article here. Yeah, and Pro Brachylophosaurus. This, I think, is this from MOR? It's very familiar. We had the same cast at Museum of the Rockies. Recognize that. But yeah, anyway, we've got Leonardo's... We've got skin impressions underneath the head and neck. You see the bill on this near side over here. You go way over and there's the more proximal side of the neck. But you're basically looking at the animal's throat right now. And we actually have skin impressions on there. It's pretty cool. So in some cases, we actually have what we might call mummified remains of dinosaurs like this. And we can start to figure out which parts had thicker flesh, which parts were thinner. It gives us a better impression of how to reconstruct these animals. You know? How much flesh to put on the bone when we're trying to reconstruct them. So yeah, very, very cool. Yeah. The stuff. They're very funny Charlie's Dragon. Anyway, so let's take a look at Huayangosaurus for Jurassic World Evolution 2. And let's go ahead and rank this dinosaur here. It's looking pretty chunky, and that tail is waggling around a lot. Oh boy. Again, we've got elephant leg syndrome with this critter. So many of the Jurassic World Evolution dinosaurs suffer from elephant leg syndrome. And I think this is because so many of the Jurassic World dinosaurs in the films suffer from this debilitating disease. These are not elephants. Their legs did not look like elephants. It's completely the wrong kind of animal to base this on. What shot is... Oh, there you go. Okay. Now we can actually see it. Yeah, it's just... Man, the whole thing looks like it's been force-fed like a... Like some tortured, foie gras goose. Just... It's way too chunky. Stegosaurs are like... In a way, they're fairly graceful animals. You know? They're surprisingly narrow from side to side. Got pretty graceful limbs. This is just... It's like a pile of mashed potatoes. I know it's a very basal stegosaur, Dr. Terra, yeah, but still. It might be a little bit more chunky than other stegosaurs because of that, but still, this is... Oh, I don't know. Something about it just rubs me the wrong way. Dr. Terra, do you have a link to the, that person on Twitter who is posting all of these, you know, the Jurassic World dinosaur, and then a more authentic representation of it, based on fossil evidence? Do you have that for Huayangosaurus, Dr. Terra? Because I'd love to see it. Yeah. You look it up? Excellent. I can predict this. The non-Jurassic World one, the more authentic dinosaur depiction, is going to be more svelte, kind of more graceful looking. It's going to be holding its body with more poise. And I recognize that they've got to use the same color scheme, but like, when you're a stegosaur and you've spent all of these resources into growing these elaborate osteoderms, these plates, these spines, you can bet your boots that those are going to be brightly colored. There's no chance that those are going to be dull colored brown or gray or kind of a, you know, a dull green. So yeah, I don't know. Ain't too many cheesy poofs, says Golganek. Maybe that just means that here in Jurassic World, Maybe this is like an orca in captivity, where the dorsal fluke is just like, and all their colors are just kind of muddy, and they're like, oh, I'm miserable. Is that what's going on here? We should have a sprightly, upright, you know, graceful, poised stegosaur, and instead it's like, I'm all full of starch and mashed potatoes. You know, I don't know. I honestly don't know. So yeah. And Prawn says, I do hate how the stegosaurs in this game have plain plates. Lame. Yes, indeed. These plates would have evolved for display. They're not spikes. These are not anti-predator defense. These evolved to be extremely showy. Stegosaurs would have been tremendously flamboyant animals. Walking around showing off to each other. Saying, hey, other stegosaurs, look at me. And hey, carnivorous theropod dinosaurs, stay away from me. Look at my plates, look at my spines. You don't want to eat me. I will mess you up. You know? They'd have all kinds of warning coloration, social display. Yeah. Was there any movement in those plates? Could they shake them fast, says FMSSK? That's a wonderful question, FMSSK, and that idea, I think, has never been tested sufficiently. I think it's still a good question. Like, is there any way to tell if these animals could actually, you know, did they have any kinesis in the base of their plates? Could they move them from side to side? I would love to find a way to test that hypothesis, because that would be really cool. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Tara. Dr. Tara once again has found this for us. Beautiful. And what did I tell you? Yeah. So here's our Jurassic World Evolution 2 Huayangosaurus. And like I said, our authentic one, more svelte, more sprightly, kind of a more dignified look. Like, look at me, yes. I'm walking around. I'm a stegosaur. Yes. Admire my plates. Admire them and fear them. Yeah. Also, the skull is much better shaped, too. Huayangosaurus, as an early stegosaur, has got a really distinctly shaped skull. It's got these nice premaxillary teeth. It's got kind of a nice angularity, like a boxiness to his skull that other stegosaurs don't have. Huayangosaurus skull. There you go. So look at that. Yeah. So, boom. So the snout just goes out and then down like that. Squared off like this. It's got like an appreciable corner there where its nose is. You know, later Stegosaurus, Stegosaurus, you know, their snouts are, you know, kind of longer. Look like that. Huayangosaurus, presumably evolving from some sort of Scelidosaur-like ancestor, probably. Just waterfall snout, you know? Just out and down like that. Yeah. We don't see that in the Jurassic World Huayangosaurus. We don't. We're really lucky to actually have a skull from this animal, from Huayangosaurus. And, yeah, there's the Wikipedia representation. I'm not in love with this art. But, still better than it is in Jurassic World Evolution. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Much better depiction. I like that a lot. That's just that silhouette. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, Huayangosaurus, where does it belong on our tier list? Yeah. Oh, it's so chonky there. You know, granted, we don't really know how big this animal could get, presumably. Like, because how many specimens do we have of Huayangosaurus? Discovery and species. We've got 12 individuals. That's a fair number, actually. Okay. Holotype. Complete skull, 3 neck vertebrae. Relatively complete skull. 3 neck vertebrae, 3 back vertebrae, sacral verts, tail verts, metatarsals, phalanges, spike and plates, other specimens. We've got a fair number of these animals. They probably only get about this big, honestly. Although if they're all from the same locality, they could be all juveniles that all died together in the same place. Who really knows? We need more fossils. Anyway. Huayangosaurus. What do we think of it? Where should it appear on our tier list? Wait, where is it? Duh-oh. I don't see it. Is this it here? Did it get misplaced? Huayangosaurus. Is that our Huayangosaurus right there? It was way down here. I bet you that's it. Here. Huayangosaurus JWE2. Yeah, that's the same one. That is a match for that right there. And should it be meh? Or should it be inaccurate and boring? I'm gonna put it at inaccurate and boring. It's not got its distinct stegosaurian skull. Doesn't have bright coloration. It just looks kind of dumpy, and this is not capturing the magic of Huayangosaurus. The magic of early stegosaurs, it's not got it. You know? We deserve better than that. Inaccurate and boring. You know? Not great. Not great. So yeah. Anyway, needs veterinary care. Is that a category? Oh no, Golganek. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. You would have thought downright embarrassing? I mean, it's not as bad as like the Baryonyx or the Deinonychus, where they're just egregiously bad. They're like, how did people not get fired over this? How was there not a mutiny on the set and the director was, you know, thrown into a lake? Yeah. That's funny. These two were they were so lousy because they appeared in the Jurassic World film and they were just garbage. These other ones are like, I don't know where that came from. Dracorex is downright embarrassing because this is a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus. It's a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus. You know? Don't call it Dracorex. This is seriously like 15 years out of date. Almost. So anyway, yeah. But yeah. Anyway. Basura. All these. And honestly, these two. Yeah. I would love to see what the artists behind the developers in Jurassic World Evolution, what they could have done if they'd just been allowed to have free reign. Like, hey, you're talented, folks. You're very good at what you do. Why don't you make some authentic dinosaurs? Talk to some paleontologists. Make these as accurate as you possibly can, you know? Make them compelling. What could they have done with that kind of leeway? Could have been incredible. They didn't get that chance. So yeah. Anyway, bad direction. So yeah. So anyway. Yeah. And Prawn, I know you weren't here earlier, Prawn, but we watched a whole video about that. About how, you know, with the Jurassic World development, the Jurassic World Evolution dev team, people working on the creature designs and everything from the first game. They said when the creatures don't appear in the films, we kind of free reign to do with them what we like, and we can actually base them on the the real science. Like with Allosaurus or Edmontosaurus, or some of these critters too. Pretty interesting that like none of these seem to appear in the films, except for I guess Carnotaurus, which is pretty decent. But yeah, common theme among all these, they don't appear in the films. When they're in the Jurassic World movies, then you get all these bean counters and executives and the director and people like that who all get their fingers into it. They're like, well, we need to dumb the dinosaurs down. We need to make them a little more lousy, Oh, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. And Rex says Allosaurus was in the movies, though. Yeah, that's the thing, Rex, is that I recognize that Allosaurus was in Jurassic World Dominion. Its depiction in that movie, way worse than in this game. Because it appeared in the game first, I think. Right? I think so. Because this came out, what, like November of 2021? And the movie came out in 2022? Yeah, the depiction of Allosaurus Jimadsoni in the game's so much better than the depiction of Allosaurus in the movie. It's, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah. Yeah. Allosaurus had its own short on YouTube called Battle at Big Rock. I'm not familiar with that Dilbot. Yeah. Huh. Let me look at that, I guess. Was this like a fan-made thing, or was this official Universal? Let's see. Allosaurus Big Rock. Battle at Big Rock. Okay. Oh boy. Can't see anything. It's all super dark. Oh goodness. That's not what a baby Triceratops would look like. Oh no. Also, is that even Triceratops? What's up with its nose? It's really hard to see. This is clearly done, like, on a budget. And I guess there's our Allosaurus. What's wrong with the Triceratops horns? Oh boy, this is not right. Okay, I can't even tell what's going on here. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. I can tell you that the Allosaurus from, what was it? Jurassic World Dominion? Oh, just dog water. Really bad. Really, really bad. It's got, like, crocodile scutes for no reason. It's just garbage, you know? Basura. Afuera. Terrible. This is really, really bad. This is like, I don't know. What was the studio, Sci-Fi Channel? Asylum Films? Was that it? Yeah, it's just garbage. You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, my light went off here. But yeah, just garbage. Really, really bad. So again, the one that actually appears in the Jurassic World Evolution game. Here. JWE2 Allosaurus is actually based on a particular species of Allosaurus, Allosaurus jimadsoni. And it's pretty decent. It really is. I don't know about the iguana spines on its back. I don't think we actually have evidence of osteoderms like that. Or sagittal spines like this. But apart from that, really, really good. The shape of the skull, just, beautiful Allosaurus jimadsoni. So yeah. I gotta change out my light battery here. That's better. Yeah. Oop. Sorry, goat. No one tell Mary. But yeah. Yeah, really excellent. So Allosaurus jimadsoni. Recently named, like, kind of chronospecies of Allosaurus. Named after Jim Madsen. Who I just saw back in October. But yeah. Pretty awesome critter. Allosaurus jimadsoni. There's that skull from... I think this is from Dinosaur National Monument. Yeah. Anyway, very cool critter. And pretty decent depiction in Jurassic World Evolution. Again, we're grading on a curve here. Honestly, none of these dinosaurs should be at the top, but we're grading on a curve. So yeah. Yeah. So anyway. And Rex says the Allosaurus was also in Fallen Kingdom as a juvenile. I never saw that movie. Or I saw the first, like, 5 minutes of it and I had to turn it off. It was so bad. Oh. But yeah. And yet, Golganek, yeah, the Allosaurus's hands not held... They're not broken like Mr. Burns, you know? The palms are actually facing one another as they should be in a theropod dinosaur. Beautiful, you know? That's why it's at the top of the list. One of the reasons. Herr Bothan, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, anyway. And there's our lacrimal crest. Yes, indeed, Golganek. Those lacrimal crests again. Beautiful. Bow. See, Golganek has learned something today. Golganek, oh, it makes me so happy. Beautiful lacrimal crests on this animal above the eyes there. Gorgeous. And Rex says the ceratopsian in the short film was Nasutoceratops. Really? The nose did look kind of weird. For Triceratops, I didn't see a nasal horn. But, again, everything's so dark, it's like, it's impossible to tell what's going on. It does look like the orbital horns are kind of going out to the sides a bit. And I don't see a nasal horn there. It would make a lot more sense if this were Triceratops, I suppose. You've got that almost like kind of bovine quality. Yeah, this does look like Nasutoceratops. From Utah. There we go. There's a cast of a Nasutoceratops skull. Find you a decent... There's a... Yeah, there you go. Scoot this over. Yeah. I could see that. Although the horns are not quite the right shape for that. They should be like going inward like this. They weren't in there, as I recall. But anyway, yeah, Nasutoceratops. I think from the Kaiparowitz Formation. Late Cretaceous of Utah. Probably about 75 million years old, something like that. But yeah. So thank you, Rex and Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is Nasutoceratops. You're spot on there. Yeah. And PC Kelly Gaming says, can you enjoy the Jurassic movies, or do they bother you too much? The first Jurassic Park film from 1993? Honestly, one of my favorite movies. You know? Pretty brilliant. It was ahead of its time in terms of its depiction of dinosaurs. You know, depicting them as active, presumably warm-blooded, intelligent, dynamic animals who gave rise to birds. We didn't even have that idea accepted by the majority of paleontologists yet. The majority of dinosaur paleontologists were not necessarily on board with the idea in 1993 of dinosaurs having given rise to birds. And yet there it is in Jurassic Park. It was ahead of its time. The Lost World. Okay. Jurassic Park 3. Maybe better, honestly, in its depiction of dinosaurs. Introduced the public to Spinosaurus in a cool way. Jurassic World was where things immediately go south. Things just fall off a cliff. Because between 2001, when Jurassic Park 3 came out, 2015, Jurassic World came out, that like 15 years right there, dinosaur science had just progressed by leaps and bounds. Like, there was a new renaissance in dinosaur paleontology during that time. The Jurassic World did not keep up with it. In fact, their dinosaurs honestly took a step backwards from 1993. Their dinosaurs look more reptilian, more scaly, more lizardy, just more... They look worse than they did in 1993. Look at the ornithomimids, for instance. It's there you go. You know? It's like the Jurassic World series is like a weird kind of... It feels like a cash grab. You know? It feels mercenary in a way that not even like The Lost World felt like, you know? It feels like a fan film, like meant to make money off of nostalgia from the original 1993 Jurassic Park. It's like, hey, remember this movie, which was culturally really significant? We're gonna kind of take some of the cultural signifiers from that and just slap it onto a new movie without anything that actually made the original movie interesting or compelling, without any, actual decent dinosaur depictions either, you know? It's just, I remember watching it like, so I got to see Jurassic World, I think on opening night for free back in 2015. We had like a special screening of it at the movie theater in Bozeman, Montana. Museum of the Rockies staff. I was working at Museum of the Rockies at the time in the prep lab and everything, so I got a free ticket. I was there with all these people. Jack Horner was there, and it was cool. I remember being so thoroughly disappointed by that movie, and I shouldn't have been. There's all this hype around it, and it's like, oh, it's so cool that we're gonna get to see like a return to Jurassic Park and everything, but what I'm concerned about is the dinosaurs and their portrayal, and is this actually going to advance public understanding of dinosaurs in the way that the first Jurassic Park film did? No. Jurassic World didn't do that. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Fell off a cliff like an RV being pushed by a pair of angry Tyrannosaurus parents. There you go, Mayor Space. Yes, indeed. Oh boy. Yeah. But yeah, that movie's about being a cash grab. Yeah. Certainly feels like it. Yeah. And there you go, PC Kelly. I know what you mean, PC Kelly. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And Prawn, Jurassic World Dominion was unwatchable. I almost walked out of the movie theater. It was... It was just dog water. Awful. One of the worst movies I've ever seen, honestly. Like, MST3K level bad. Yeah. Biggest problem was the bugs. Yeah, Rex, and honestly, they don't even do anything interesting with the dinosaurs out in the wild either. Like, I don't... Yeah. I don't know. Mayor Space, Jurassic World 3. Okay, I see what you mean. Mayor Space. Yeah, it was... Yeah. Anyway, with that being said... I've just about lost my appetite. We're doing the rest of this. This has now turned into a gripe fest, and... Yeah. We will... Oh boy, we've got a bunch of taxa left to do. We'll be continuing this on another stream. Don't go away, everybody. But I am going to be wrapping this up. And here is Deinonychus, the Velociraptor of Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. Deinonychus here. We're going to run our credits over this. And we're going to go raid into somebody else doing some science right now. So again, don't go running away just yet. There is more science to behold. Let's see who else is doing some science right now. But, yeah, thank you to the cheerers and the moderators. And the raider... Well, do we have any raid? We didn't have any raids tonight, did we? Thank you, followers. Thank you, gifters and subscribers. I really appreciate you doing everything that you do. Yeah. Let's go ahead and we're gonna go say hello to an Egyptologist. We're gonna say hello to Melissa in Denial. Maybe I'll ask her that question that I had yesterday.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Golganak. Lacrimal Crest, yes indeed, Golganak. I'm so glad you've taken to that idea, Golganak. Glad you learned something tonight. Hope everybody learned something. I hope you had a good time. Thank you for talking about dinosaurs with me this afternoon and this evening. Be streaming again tomorrow. We've got an extra special stream tomorrow coming up, by the way. We will be talking about everybody's favorite good mother lizard, Maiasaura, for an extra special stream tomorrow. This wonderful duck-billed dinosaur, the dinosaur that made my old boss, Jack Horner, famous, practically built Museum of the Rockies and the whole paleontology program at Montana State University. I would not be here right now if it were not for Maiasaura. We'll talk about why tomorrow. So tune in for that. It's going to be a ton of fun. But until then, everybody, you all take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves and one another. We're going to go see what Melissa in Denial is. See what an Egyptologist is doing playing a video game. So yeah, bye-bye, everybody. Let's go say hi to Melissa. See you around.